Good morning. It's June 27th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. A really busy schedule today, so we'll get going. We'll start with item number 1, preliminary matters. We have adoption of resolutions. We have 3 resolutions to get to adopt this morning. The first is Calvert subdivision number 6202300140, resolution MCPB number 24-057. The second one is Calverton Final Forest Conservation Plan number F20240001, MCPB number 24-058. And the third is Glentmont Forest Conservation Plan number F20240450, MCPB number 24-055. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Or
The ayes-
resolutions, not minutes. Resolution. Reading the wrong one. My bad.
There has approval of the resolutions. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. The next is other preliminary matters, corrected resolution, Corso Chevy Chase Forest Conservation Plan number F2024001110, MCPB number 24-015. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the corrected resolution.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. We have 4 record plats this morning. The first is the subdivision plat number 220150930 and 220230820, Garnkirk Farms. The second is subdivision plat number 220230780, Hillendale Section 2. The third is subdivision plat number 220240800, Hillmead Bradley Hills. And the fourth is subdivision plat number 220240920, Chevy Chase Terrace Section 2, all of which staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the record plats.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it 4-0. The next, item 3, is regulatory extension requests. The first is Woodside Park Administrative Subdivision Plan number 62023090, regulatory extension request number 1, request to extend the review period from July 2nd, 2024 to October 24, 2024. The second is Bradley Hills Administrative Subdivision Plan number 62024010, regulatory extension request number 1, request to extend the review period from July 2nd, 2024 to October 3rd, 2024. The third is LT at Clopper Administrative Subdivision Plan number 62023010, regulatory extension request number 2, request to extend the review period from June 7th, 2024 to November 7th, 2024, all of which staff is recommending approval of the extension requests. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the extension requests.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Aye, 4-0, thank you. So I'm going to switch over to recognition of MCPB student artwork. So we have some special guests here today with us that I'd like to take a moment to recognize. We're honored to showcase our strong partnership with Montgomery County Public Schools. First, I'd like to say that yesterday our summer RISE intern, Jaleel Coyote, started with the Commissioner's Office, and today we get to celebrate the installation of student artwork in our lobby for the whole summer. So if you didn't get a chance to see the pieces, they're to the right as you go out of the door, and I strongly encourage you to take some time and admire the talent of our students. And then the students will hear, they each have a message that you should read up under their artwork, and the ones that are here today are going to tell you about their artwork and their message. So these are all part of the Montgomery County Public Schools annual Understanding Diversity Through Art middle school art competition. So we have 10 pieces here today that I'd love for you to look at. We have 2 artists and their families here today, which we're so happy to have. We have Hayden On and Thea McNair. Could you come up, please, to the table? we want to invite you to come up and want you to share a bit about your artwork and what inspired you to draw them. So we also have Anjali Wells, the fine arts content consultant here, and then we also have Randy Rupert, the supervisor of the fine arts, Montgomery County Public Schools. Why don't you also come on up, Randy? So welcome. So should we start with Hayden? Would you announce your name and tell us a little bit about your artwork and what inspired you to draw it?
Hello, I'm Hayden Ahn from Cabin John Middle School. I'm going to high school next year. My mom definitely inspired me to draw it, and my art teacher, Miss D, was very helpful and helped me to create the image that I was trying to portray of my parents. My mom is a great inspiration to me, and I'd like to show how amazing she is to the entirety of Maryland.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And next we have.
Can I just ask the mom to stand up?
Oh, yeah.
That is so beautiful. Thank you.
Next we have Hayden on. Thea. I'm sorry, Thea. Would you like to say a few words about your painting?
Yeah. So my name is Thea McNair, and I really made this. I just wanted to show how brave my dad is for going into the military, and I just really wanted to show how much that I loved him and how much that I thought that it was really brave of him to go into the military and do that for us and everyone.
Well, thank you so much.
And is the dad here to stand up? Thank you for your service. I do understand and I appreciate. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, I have to second that. Thank you for sharing. We're so proud of each of you for your work and for talking about your work and beautifying our space here at our headquarters. So we have a certificate to present to each of you. So you and your parents come up? We'd like to present you with the certificate, and then we'll all go outside and we'll take a picture with your artwork. So thank you so much for coming this morning. So we'll take a. Oh yeah, yeah. Anyone? Oh yeah, please. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anjali Wells. I'm the Visual Art and Dance Content Specialist for MCPS. I'm so proud to award our two students here not just certificates of recognition, but Hayden Ahn has actually won third place in this competition, and Thea McNair is one of our valued participants. So those recognitions are reflected on their certificates. So we are just super proud to have them here, and we're very grateful and thankful to you all to be hosting their artworks for the summer.
Thank you. So we'll take pictures with it, and we'll start again. We'll start again in 10 minutes. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 4, roundtable discussion. This morning we'll have the planning director, Jason Sartori, give us his report. Welcome, Jason.
Good morning. For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. My report this week will be relatively quick. I just wanted to give you primarily an update on attainable housing, since you all approved your draft recommendations and sent them along to the council, and then I'll do a quick personnel update. So just this past Monday, the Attainable Housing team briefed the PHP committee, the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee at the council on the board's recommendations for the small scale, medium scale, and large scale attainable housing. And I think, the session went fairly well. We received some feedback in terms of things that they would like us to bring to them, primarily looking for kind of a Q&A or a issue response type of document of the comments and things that we've been hearing over the last 3 years about these types of the concepts that we have in attainable housing. So we are scheduled to go back to the committee on July 8th with a work session where we're really trying to get guidance and direction from PHP. We're going to walk them through the details of each of the recommendations, just to get a sense of whether, thumbs up, thumbs down on whether they like certain elements of it. We go July 8th and then again on July 22nd. And then from there, we're going to work on preparing a zoning text amendment alongside our council staff companions, and then in the fall, we'll hopefully get a ZTA that will be introduced that will come back to the board for your review. So also wanted to highlight over the last couple of weeks, we've had a good amount of media coverage. WUSA 9, ABC 7, that's WJLA, MoCo 360, WTOP, My MCM Media, BizNow, Greater Washington. The chair and I had a blog post that an opinion post that they posted for us. And the Daily Record just this past week had an article about what we're doing. And, I highlight all of these not to tout our horns, right, and say, look at, all the publicity we're getting for the work we're doing. That's great, but really what this is another way in which we get the word out about what we're proposing. And it's part of that kind of engagement strategy that we have, the communication strategy, in ensuring that more and more people know about what it is that we're doing, what we're recommending, and so that more people can be engaged in the process. And so we appreciate that all of these outlets have picked up our story and continue to keep the dialogue going for us. I did want to take a quick moment. I failed to do this at the last work session that we had. I wanted to really thank the team that has worked on this over the last 3 years. And you can see there are a lot of people here. I've highlighted the primary team in bold here, and most of these you've seen. Obviously, our acting CPP division chief, Dave Anspacher, and then Lisa Gavoni, Ben Berbert, and Atul Sharma. Zubin Adrianvala is from our Mid-County team, and I highlighted him in bold because he was a critical member of our core team early on in this. He was the one who came up with the catalyst and incentive program concepts that were part of the board's recommendations. And so we were part of a team that met on a weekly basis, if not 2 or 3 times a week early on. And then as part of that, we also had Todd Foley-King and Tanya Washington, who are no longer with the planning department, but they were key members. Todd worked on a lot of the market analysis that we had done to try to understand the likelihood that homes would convert from single family to a duplex or a triplex, and just to understand the potential impact on gentrification and displacement, some of the issues that we're hearing. He helped do a lot of the research behind that. But then everyone else here are people who were key members of this effort, from our communications team to our research team and other divisions, and from the director's office. So Bridget Breuer, Nick Holtzcomb, Ben Kraft, Robert Cronenberg, Meg Irving, George Lettis, Carrie McCarthy, Paul Mortensen, Chris Pfeiffer, and Christine Rufo, all helping us, formulate the recommendations, and then also helping us communicate about them. And we really appreciate everyone's efforts on this. And so now I want to take a moment to welcome some new staff. We have Kelsey Desmond has joined our Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division as our new Forest Conservation Planner. Kelsey brings 9 years of experience in community forestry and engagement to the department. Kelsey joins us from Casey Trees, where she managed youth education programs, specifically watershed education and school trees plantings. With us, she'll be working with Mia Rothberg on our Reforest Montgomery program, including our tree planting partnership with MCPS. Welcome, Kelsey. Bhavna Sivasubramanian is a familiar face to you all. She's been with us for a little over a year. She's our new Housing Research Planner, too, in the Research and Strategic Projects Division, but she'd been working as a research associate through our contract with the National Center for Smart Growth at the University of Maryland. Over the past year, she's resumed the master plan reality check effort, created demographic profiles, developed real estate market studies, and in her new position, Bhavna's research will focus on housing market conditions to inform our master plan recommendations and other special studies. So congratulations to Bhavna. Laura DiPasquale joined us this week as a Cultural Resources Planner 3 with the HP team, the Historic Preservation team. She's here today. She'll be working on reviewing historic area work permits, coordinating our historic tax credit program, and development review in support of the Historic Preservation Commission. A recent transplant to Montgomery County from Philadelphia, Laura spent the last decade as a historic preservation planner with the Philadelphia Historical Commission. Prior to that, she received her graduate degree in historic preservation from the University of Pennsylvania and worked in other cultural resource positions in New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. So we're really happy to have Laura joining us. And then HP has another new team member in Sabrina Roberts, also here this morning. Sabrina has joined our team as a summer intern. She has previous experience working in the historic preservation field as an intern for the National Park Service's Historic Preservation Training Center. She's currently a graduate student pursuing a master's degree in architecture at Virginia Tech's Washington Alexandria Architecture Center. She has her Bachelor of Science degree in architecture from the University of the District of Columbia. And although she's originally from Georgia, she has lived in the DMV for the past 6 years. Welcome, Sabrina. And finally, we're thrilled that Kayla Prendergast is returning to countywide planning and policy as an intern this summer. Kayla was an intern with us this past school year, and I'm confident Kayla will continue to make valuable contributions to the division's diverse work program, most especially our housing-related projects. Kayla is a graduate student at the University of Maryland, College Park, go Terps, pursuing a degree in community planning. She has worked in housing and community development for over 7 years, serving as a Peace Corps volunteer in Nicaragua, and then in various capacities at Enterprise Community Partners. Kayla has her bachelor's degree in public policy and geography from UNC Chapel Hill, and again, I'd like to welcome her back to the department. And that's my report for today. Any questions?
Well, thank you very much, and welcome new members of the planning team. We always like to see the family grow, so welcome, and we hope you really enjoy your time here, and we look forward for your work helping to improve the work we do. And thank you for the update on attainable housing. Yep, we're really excited. The board is very, very excited about moving that forward, and any way we can help, the council, we will. So thank you so much. Any other comments or questions?
Welcome, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We're just going to take a 30-second break and switch over to our next item, item number 5, adequate public facilities and building permit. Thank you. Morning, we're on item number 5, adequate public facilities, a building permit, where staff is recommending to allow the planning director to automatically, administratively sign off on certain APF reviews for platted and recorded residential lots. And this morning, we have Robert Cronenberg from the Planning Department to present this.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Robert Cronenberg, Deputy Director with the Planning Department. We don't usually get to bring these types of discussions to you, but this is one where we're looking at different ways to expedite our processes here in signing off on not only permits, but just the process in general. That some of these things tend to bog us down a little bit because the direction is not always as clear. So bringing the policy to you, I think, helps clarify what staff can do administratively or not. But in this case, what we're asking, this is a memorandum really for clarification of implementation of Chapter 8 authority. And I'll go into a little detail. I don't have a presentation to you today. It's really a discussion about the memo. But implementation of Chapter 8 authority to approve APF or adequate public facilities for single-family residential homes. This would not apply to detached homes, would not apply to townhomes, would not apply to commercial properties or multifamily. This is specific to single-family detached homes. Staff is requesting approval of a policy to clarify APF reviews at building permit. And just to give the board a little history, when the planning board approves a subdivision, a preliminary plan, it's under Chapter 50, and Chapter 50 allows both a validity period for record plats, and typically that's 3 years for you to record record plats for your site, and 5 years to pull building permits or to obtain building permits from DPS. We do not issue building permits, but we are one of the agencies that sign off and review for compliance with conditions of approval by the board. What we're talking about here is and in some cases, we have applications for building permits that have come in, and we flag them, our permit technician flags them and says, your APF has expired. And a lot of these developments that we see, they're building permits from the 80s, from the 90s, from the early 2000s. And for a variety of reasons, the owner has not obtained a building permit for those sites. They just haven't, but the infrastructure in many cases may have been done or complete. In many cases, what we're seeing is it's not the original developer submitting the application for the permit, it's a builder that has come in and purchased lots that have just been sitting there for 20, 30 years. And so in this case, our permit technician looks at this and says, your APF is expired, what do we do? And what we can do under Chapter 8 authority allows us to administratively, and that's what we're asking approval for today, to administratively approve an adequate public facilities, and we were using the word reinstatement, but it's actually a new APF approval for that building permit. And it would be done through our process here administratively to have either the director or the deputy director sign off on it. There's still some criteria that would have to be satisfied in order for that permit to obtain that APF approval, but it allows us to not tell them they have to come back and get a preliminary plan amendment just to get a condition changed that changes their APF approval, basically to give them another 5 years or 2 years or whatever it might be. And so we do think this expedites the process quite a bit to have this done administratively. There were some threshold items that we put in here. So on page 2 bottom of page 2 of my memo and on the top of page 3, some things and criteria that we felt were important as we were evaluating this policy. One, it only applies to single-family residential detached units. If a group of townhomes comes in, it could be anywhere from 3 to 8 to 10 units, and we didn't feel like that was the, usually that's not what we're talking about. All the permits that we have been seeing over the years have been single-family detached. In most townhouse communities, they already have the infrastructure in, and they pull units by sticks or by rows of townhomes coming in. So it could be a group of 8, could be a group of 8 and 15 or so forth. So only single-family residential.
So Robert, this
yes.
doesn't happen that there is like a row of the townhouses that hasn't been built for some good reason?
I
so
haven't-
that doesn't exist?
Well, I guess it could exist. I have not seen
You
that in my
haven't
time
seen.
here. No.
So that's not an issue. The issue that you're bringing in here is mostly for single family.
It's detached, right.
Okay.
And the original thinking behind this was these are smaller subdivisions that are coming in, anywhere from 2, 3, 10 lots, or unit subdivisions coming in. It's not your 100 and 200 unit developments. Those usually, they get their approval and they move ahead in phases. And in many cases, those bigger developments have a much longer validity period and a much longer APF period. So we're really talking about the smaller developments.
So how do you review the APF now for like about if a group of 10 come and it's 10 years, 20 years old, you review to make sure that APF is still valid, correct?
We would still review it to make sure
Okay.
it's still valid. I think our default for something like that, for that many units, has been you need to amend your plan. And so I think that's what we are trying to avoid, is to, instead of going through the 120-day process of a subdivision, can we do this administratively? Now, that said, we were looking at the much smaller developments. We don't typically get in 10 building permits at a time in the same development that this would apply to. It's usually 1 or 2 coming in that this would apply to. And I know that we have Casey Sarner with Miles and Stockbridge was the only one who wrote in about this policy today. She is here, and so if the board would like her to come up and speak to this at some point, I'll leave that to the board to ask her up. But the other criteria was that we really felt like the infrastructure needs to be in place for this. This is not something where they're coming in and they have done nothing on their site. The infrastructure, the roads, the utilities, the connections to the lots need to be done. And if there were other conditions of approval that needed to be done, those needed to be done as well. And if they aren't, we would still flag those at building permit to say you still have maybe forest conservation, or you have, maybe it's an agreement to build for affordable housing. I doubt that for smaller lots, but it could be a variety of things. Could be easements, could be other agreements that need to be put in place. Those would still have to be exercised and completed for this. Number 3 was, we had a threshold percentage. We said no more than 20% of the lots remaining to obtain building permits in the original development application that this would apply to. 20% was a number that we batted around quite a bit to really understand, okay, what are we talking about? Are we talking about, if it's a 10-unit subdivision, 20%, is 2 lots. So we were trying to have this more of a de minimis type of implementation strategy. Whether that's 15%, 20%, 25%, we felt like 20% was a good threshold for us to use. And we also had the discussion about how the 20% really doesn't apply when you're talking 2 lots or 3 lots, because if 1 lot's not built, then you're already well over the 20% threshold. The unbuilt units would not generate more than 10 students at any school serving the development. And I did go to to High Subec to ask her to run some numbers on what that really means. So how many units would 10 students, or how many, what's the threshold for 10 students? And at the elementary school level, and again, I think this is, it really depends on whether it's, let me just pull up her information that she sent me. Apologies. But she broke this out into turnover and to infill, because you've been having those discussions about the GIP recently. And I think she broke it down to middle school level, high school level, and the elementary school level. The elementary school level is really the one that I think we would focus on, because the threshold is quite different. So for 10 students to be triggered, we're talking 22 lots or 22 units. So it's a pretty high threshold, I think, and we feel like the 10 student the 10 students at any school serving the development.
Elementary school.
Well, what I told you was elementary, but yes. I mean, if we looked at high school, we're talking 64 units, and then middle school is 98 units. So the one that is probably the most affected or impacted would be the elementary school level. And then if there's any, at this time, if there's any facility payment or UPP payment, that would be assessed at building permit anyway. So we felt like that is still in play. It's still something that would have to be applied. And then, you know, we need some kind of we do have an application online, but in most of those applications, it tells them to go amend their plan. So I think in this case, what we're telling them is we're going to have a new application that allows us to go administratively. And then lastly, it would set a new APF period really for the life of the permit for them to be able to move ahead. We don't think establishing another 5 years is really appropriate, that this is something that would be done right away. I did provide a process for our staff in terms of how we would review the APF application. It still has to get routed to the appropriate agencies to make sure that they sign off on this as part of the permit review. And as a matter of course, when we receive a permit from DPS to review, it's done electronically. So we actually get that, and in many cases, DPS is circulating that permit to other groups, but it would be incumbent on us to make sure that that schools, that police, fire and rescue are still reviewing that application. So that would have to still happen within the time frame that we have. And then I think in the end, it really comes down to we can still make a finding for the APF. In most cases, the infrastructure, if it's complete, that really should not be a difficult position for us to be able to make a finding for and support. And then once approved, that would get circulated to either the director or the deputy director. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I know Ms. Cerner is here if you'd like to discuss anything with her. I know she had a suggestion that came in. And again, she was the only one I think that wrote in with respect to a recommendation.
Yeah, I did. Thank you for your presentation.
Sure.
I did have a question. I did understand something about your recommendation. So maybe you could, Ms. Sterner, come up and.
Good morning, Casey Cerner for the record with Miles and Stockbridge on behalf of the Christopher Companies. Thank you very much for hearing from me today. I appreciate being able to speak.
Yeah. So you had requested that you agreed with this, but you wanted a potential change. And what was that change again?
So I was proposing to change prong 3 of the criteria that's being established by the policy, which is the 20% threshold, which technically means that 80% of the lots in the subdivision would have had to have building permits issued. And I was suggesting to caveat that language by also allowing there to be a maximum lot threshold as well to the 20%. So it would be an alternative. So the language I proposed, it would be greater than 20% or no more than 10 lots. Because if you have 10 lots, you're still coming under the ceilings of the student generation rates that's being established by the policy, and as well as the LATR 50-person trips, it would be under that as well. So if you have these ceilings in the policy, but you could also have a maximum lot threshold that falls under them, it made sense to me to broaden the staff's authority to allow them to sign off on an APF approval in that situation. Because Christopher Companies actually has a specific situation that would otherwise fall under this policy, because the unrecorded and the recorded and unimproved lots, they have 8 lots that require building permits at this time, and it was a total of a 10-lot subdivision. But otherwise, it would come under the policy. So it made sense to me to allow staff to streamline this policy. Otherwise, we would be going through the preliminary plan amendment process, which takes, although it's an abbreviated process, it's still, when you're looking at the time for issuance of a building permit, it creates a significant delay to get to that.
Okay. So you're saying it still would just, because that wouldn't work because it's 80%. Is that what you're saying? Your 8 wouldn't work because it was a 10 unit subdivision, and 8 had not been permitted.
Correct.
So that would have, so it wouldn't have meet this criteria because this says 20%. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So I feel that, there should be some adjustment, because I think the board is all about giving staff some flexibility, and so things don't have to, it speeds up the timing of getting permits, and we're talking about we're all about housing, and so, and 10 units don't seem like, excessive. So I would be amenable to that.
Yeah.
I'm good. I think it makes sense to streamline the process, and if Robert is okay with that, I'm perfectly fine to do that to make it easier. The only question I have is that hopefully all the APF is done. If APA, in your opinion, is not done, then they are required to do that, correct, before they get the permit?
That's correct. We'd still have to review the
Okay.
APF.
I'm
Yes.
all for it, yeah.
I had actually made a note of that too, just for clarity on the ceiling of the numbers within that condition. I'd actually made a note of that. So the condition would end up being something like not more than 20% or not more than 10 individual lots. Whichever is greater. I think that would be a fine way to go about it and give a little flexibility for smaller, that's still a fairly compact number and wouldn't trigger any of the other conditions under most circumstances. So I would be, if Robert and Jason are fine with it, I would be fine with that. Not more than 10.
I think we haven't really had a threshold to go with, and so I think this is a starting point. And
Yeah.
if we see that this is a problem in a year or two, we can always come back and
Always
say
make
this
it
is an
better.
issue. But I don't see that being an issue.
Yeah.
I almost wonder if, I support that kind of change too, but I almost wonder if the 20% is even necessary at that stage, or maybe it's important to keep just for the sake of having kind of some limiting factor. But, how many situations would we see, for example, where there would be a subdivision of 50 lots or 60 lots, and we would kind of encounter a 20% threshold situation at this stage of the county's
Probably
development?
not.
Yeah.
We're seeing more multifamily coming in, and so I think you're getting kind of one permit for that entire building
Right.
to some degree.
Yeah.
So I don't see how we're going to have subdivisions that come in that are 50, 60, 100 lots, where that really would be an impact.
Yeah.
So unless it's from a legal perspective, or our legal team it could just have a maximum of 10? Yeah, yeah.
No more than 10
No more
lots.
than-
Right.
That,
So it would be, there are no more than 10 lots remaining to obtain building permits in the original development application.
Strike 20 and no more than
Yeah.
10 lots. And it would be hard to get anything at that point.
Right, and then we could even strike the second sentence there that says this percentage would not
Not
apply
apply
to
to
small 2 and 3
right,
lot
yeah,
subdivisions.
that would not be
I think 10 is
necessary.
reasonable, and
Yeah.
anything more than that, I think is, I would endorse that. But yeah, I think
Okay,
that's good.
so would you repeat, Ms. Cronenberg, what you're recommending that we approve?
So what we are asking the board to do and to approve is to give staff the authority and ability to approve APF under Chapter 8 for single-family residential building permits. And this is specifically for APF that has expired on these building permits that have been submitted to us for review.
Right,
And it would be administratively by the director or deputy director, according to the board's approval,
For no more than 10 units.
for no more than 10 units.
Okay, great. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the updating that, allowing the planning director or deputy director to administratively sign off on the subdivision lots based on the conditions that we discussed.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
And
much.
thank you for your suggestion. Thank you. We're going to take a 2-minute break and then go to our next item, Planning Board Rules of Procedure. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, Planning Board Rules of Procedure, public hearing, where staff is recommending adopt the changes. We're delighted to have Attorney Emily Vias with us this morning to go through the proposed changes to the Planning Board rules.
Good morning, Emily Vias for the record. We, as part of the board's rules of procedures, we review them every year and bring back to you anything that we've discovered throughout the year and with the help of staff, any issues with regard to processing the hearings and testimony and other things. And so here we are for our annual review of these rules. The majority were fairly editorial and straightforward, but the most substantive one, and the one that we did receive some comments on, we will talk about with regard to people signing up to speak and submitting testimony. I will cover here. This one, before I get to that, is the disclosure of unsolicited communications. Essentially, this is with regard to ex parte communications, if you all should receive and/or something in writing. We wanted to be clear that you would then disclose that on the record and make sure that the board's office had that, which was already in there, but we just clarified some of the language. And then, again, editorial, but in the testimony portion of the rules in 4.2 is where we previously and currently allow people to sign up to speak and to submit anything in writing on Wednesday, essentially at noon. And as you all know, that means that staff is collecting all of that information, trying to collate through it, and then prepare a package that gets sent to you Wednesday evenings once all of that is in. What staff is finding is that often there are people who need some guidance with regard to signing up. They'd like to confirm they got signed up. They may need help with the Teams calls. And if staff only has from 12 noon until 5 or 6 o'clock on Wednesday to try to get the packets ready to be sent to you all, as well as try to help the public so that they can effectively testify the next morning, that's sort of not a whole lot of time to do that. And so what we would like and what staff has asked is if we could push that to Tuesday at noon instead of Wednesday at noon, so that for folks that do need assistance, and it is often the case that staff is behind the scenes 9 o'clock while your board meeting is started, they are on the phones, on the computers, trying to help people who they weren't able to talk to Wednesday afternoon before close of business to try to help. And so this is really to help the public to be able to more effectively testify to you on Thursdays by giving staff one more day to help people who may need some help. We've gotten some comments in from folks who are concerned that this shortens, their time to reply to things. But generally, for regulatory items, those staff reports are posted 10 to 14 days ahead of time. And so we believe there is sufficient time for people to prepare responses and to get comments in. And there is still discretion with the chair to allow something to come in if people have made efforts and simply just couldn't get it in by the deadline. And so we don't think that this in any way will stifle participation. Staff has indicated, and they went back and looked, the majority of people do sign up well before Tuesday. So it is a limited number, but it sort of goes hand in hand with those who don't sign up in time usually may have some difficulty getting on the Teams calls and knowing what to do and how to do it. And so if we have one more day, we're hoping that staff can more easily manage that. So that's the biggest change that we're proposing. This is also aligned with, this is what Prince George's County Planning Board has done for many years. They've had the 2-day restriction. So we don't think it's unreasonable. We realize there'll be some rollout time for people to get used to this because people are used to doing it. We'd like to make it effective in July, but again, realizing the chair has discretion to allow this. We will post it on our social media. We will put it out everywhere that we can. We'll put it in our newsletters and roll out to folks who generally testify to make sure everyone gets used to it. And then hopefully, by September and October, we can have everyone used to the new schedule. But we think overall, it's a better use of staff time and more efficient for the public to be able to just sign up and submit things 2 days ahead of time.
Can I make comment here?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned of cutting the time. It sort of looks like that we taking away from the public and adding it to us. Looks like that we are being a little bit selfish to take that away from people. How is the county council when people do the public hearing at the county council for the same thing? Do they have the same thing?
Well, remember, they don't do this every week. So their public hearings are fewer, and they do allow, I think they allow people to, it depends on the type of hearing that it is. Sometimes it's more in advance. Sometimes it is the day. They do maybe allow people to sign up the day or the day before. You may know better than me, Jason.
Yeah.
But they do have a different situation in that they are not reviewing regulatory cases every week, and they don't have public hearings every week where people are submitting testimony and signing up.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about testimony. I'm concerned about just signing up. If people don't have testimony, they just want to sign up. Why should we give 2 days to them, Tuesday? I understand we need time for testimony to provide responses or whatever, but just signing up to provide testimony, we want to encourage people to come. We don't want to take away from them. So if it is just that they want to sign up, why should we take it away 1 day?
Again, it's because oftentimes those folks may need help. And if they don't sign up until Wednesday noon, then it's Thursday morning, our staff is scrambling to help them. And if
Help
they
them
sign
for
up on
what?
Tuesday, help them to understand how to sign up on the Teams call, whether they're in the list, whether they signed up or didn't sign up. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes trying to get folks lined up to testify. And the staff is
If they're
trying to,
going to be on a team call, but if they come in person,
again, still people are calling, where am I supposed to go? How do I get there? Am I signed up? There's a lot of back and forth with the public in preparing them to testify, whether it is in person or on Teams. And so it was just the idea of giving more time to get them ready so that it's not a scramble on Thursday mornings to do that. And if people are going to submit testimony, they certainly said, we'll have it ready. And in most cases, people do sign up before Tuesday. People who know they want to testify can sign up, a week in advance. And so then they're signed up and it's not an issue. So it really is to
but
try to
if-
make it more effective.
if most of the people sign up anyway, a week before, can we help them then? And, it may not be that many people that they sign. And the way I'm hearing that, it's not that many people that they sign to testify the last day, but there are some, okay? I hate to take that away. I think our job is that to make it more open to public rather than taking it away. This one, I have a heartburn that we are taking away from people the last minute to testify that it may not be that many, but it may be some people that they do that. We take that away from them. And, I like to keep it more open for people to come. And this is something that, I forgot to come Tuesday, and here is Wednesday, and I cannot testify. I think it's not something I like.
So what made me, I hear what you're saying. We generally don't want to take away. We're very open, transparent. What I heard, though, is that the staff reports are posted, what did you say, 10 to 14 days before the board meeting? And the chair has the discretion to let, and as you know, we are really open if people want to testify, we let them testify, and so, and if it could help somewhat administratively, I would be very open to trying it out, and seeing how it goes. And if we, next year, this time, if we hear that it's not working well, that, let's revisit it. And I would like to also, if the board decides to do this, that I agree that there should be a transition period posted, that as of X date, that we will go to this and make sure people know about it. So those are my comments.
Yeah.
I support, go ahead.
No, I think that makes sense, and because it sounds like we review these each year, I think there's kind of not much downside to giving this a shot, and as Emily described, it sounds like the intent is to create a better overall experience for people who do sign up. If it's a scramble on Thursday mornings, that's not really great for anyone, including staff here, and if it's, we're talking about relatively few people who would try to sign up at the last minute anyway, weighing that against the better overall experience that we're providing for as many other people as possible, it sounds like a reasonable trade-off, and certainly, I'm very sensitive to the burden and impact on staff, and kind of the way that it takes a lot of time out of their day to do other things that they also need to do. So it seems like it's worth trying out, and we can always revisit it a year from now.
Yeah. Yeah, I have the same opinion. I think it's a reasonable move to sort of balance the needs of the staff versus the need for testimony, and we always have the ability to accept any written testimony they want to provide and put it into the record. So
That's fine. I'm still disagree with it because I think that what is loose, so that's fine. But I think we have to keep it open and allow people to come, and we shouldn't make it more difficult for them. And I really don't believe that a few other additional people, it's going to be that hard for staff to do. And if it is, I am sorry, but I think that I give more weight to have open for people and make it easy and accessible for people to come and provide testimony. That is our job. Our job in here to be open, allow people to come, not to make it more difficult because it's more difficult for the staff.
I hear you. Any deadline that anyone ever sets is arbitrary in a sense, right? A deadline could be a day in advance, it could be 5 days in advance. Some people will always wait until the last minute to try to sign up for anything. If once a deadline's in place and people get used to it, I don't think that this is any less open than any other arbitrary deadline would be. If they're familiar with a deadline that's 2 days in advance instead of one, that becomes the norm, and people can adjust. People can adjust their the way they operate and when they choose to sign up according to a new norm that they're familiar with. So, if it sounds like it's going to help make staff's life a lot easier, I think that's important because that also makes the public's life easier. And so if it helps everyone, and it seems like a net positive, so I'm totally on board with it.
Why don't you continue,
Okay.
please?
So that would be, so the signing up and the submission of the materials, again, so that it's easier to collate and then get to the board. But again, the chair remains with discretion. The other rule that we changed, we just clarified that it's up to the board to determine the credibility of witnesses and weigh the evidence, which is what you do, but we just wanted to expressly say that.
Could you go back the video? Are they going to change the date on that one also?
For the submission of written exhibits and whatnot? Yes, so that would all be 2 days before.
So all the material, now we cutting everything? Okay.
Everything will go on Tuesday before, yes, so that we have more than 2 hours or 3 hours to try to get it all ready, yes. which again, the majority comes in any event, but this will just make it a little easier to distribute, to collate, to put together, and get to the board. And we thought it better to be consistent on the day and time so that people know it's the same and don't have to think, oh, well, I have to submit this on this day, but I can do that on that day. Just make it all the same. So credibility of witnesses, again, we leave that to the board to judge. We clarified again that when you're giving testimony, it's presumed to be the truth. We don't require people to stand and swear or do anything like that. We could if we needed to, but we just want to be clear that they're expected to be telling the truth. And this removal of the 4.9 was just, again, confusion over exhibits that need to be submitted versus written testimony and everything that we talked about above. So we don't need this section now that we've put everything at Tuesday at noon. You submit everything. Oops, submit everything. And we also added that if the board is denying something, instead of it should state the reasons for denial, we believe that it must state the reasons for denial. Just when you're making findings of approval, it's just as important to make findings of denial. So we wanted to make that mandatory. And in addition, the resolution, as you know, you all make decisions and take a vote and then adopt the resolution usually the week after. We tried to bring those back to you. We wanted to, again, make clear for someone who wants to appeal one of your decisions that the final action is actually the issuance of the resolution, not the date that you take the vote, just to clarify that so that people don't think they have to appeal the day that you take the action. They can wait until the resolution is approved to do that. They can always do it earlier, but this clarifies that they can wait the 30 days until after the resolution is approved. And again, for clarity with regard to judicial review, in this case, when someone files for reconsideration, we wanted to be clear again that that doesn't stop the 30-day appeal period. If they want to appeal a decision, they should not wait for the reconsideration to be determined. They should go ahead and appeal. And I believe that, we also clarified that the vice chair would serve a term starting on September 1 and serves until a successor is elected, because it was not clear as to when and that would happen. And we just wanted to, again, an arbitrary date, but a date that at least there is one, so that people know what to expect. And I believe that's it.
So on the last piece, so at the first or sometime before October, we need to vote to
September 1.
make
Starting on or around September
Okay,
1, we
to make-
said that that would be the time period for vice chair
Okay,
to serve.
great. All right. Any other your questions or comments?
I have one more question. I'm not sure. Remember at one point, and I do not know if this is the right place that we could include that. We wanted to have that there are some, like if it is a park tour or if it is a tour in place, that all of us can go together to some of these kind of things as part of the, and it's open meeting because it's just a tour. And that create more work for staff to make it 3 times, 2 and 2 and 1. Is that the place to do that, or that's a different
Unfortunately
place?
not. That is handled in the state law, in the land use article, and in the general provisions article regarding the Open Meetings Act. So we will need to go to the General Assembly to ask for assistance at allowing educational tours related to master plans and parks where no business is being transacted, no decisions are being made. It is simply staff giving you tours and providing you with information. But that will take an act of the General Assembly for us to modify that. So we will need to
Are we
think
doing
about
that?
We are thinking about, yes, for the next
Okay.
legislative session. trying to work on legislation that would allow that to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Just one little thing about the written testimony or the written comments. I totally understand the importance of having a consistent date. I'm wondering if for any comments that happen to come in after the Tuesday deadline in the future, these would simply, like whether or not they're included in the record at that point, would be subject to the chair's discretion. So we still could kind of accommodate
Correct.
that testimony. Okay.
And generally, we do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? So,
And one more thing, assuming that some people, they have not signed up to testimony, but they are here and they want to provide testimony. And I know that that's, again, subject to the chair discretion, but is that allowed, that people can just come?
Said it's subject to chair's discretion if they've not signed up at all, you're saying.
Correct.
They didn't sign up at all and they
And they
just show
just
up
sitting
in
here,
the
they
room.
show up and they want to discuss it.
Yeah, that's subject to the chair's discretion.
okay. If there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval of the proposed changes to the planning board rules of procedure?
No. I'll move that we adopt the changes to the planning board rules of procedure as outlined.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
I oppose the 4.3 section and 4.2. I oppose those two, and I support the rest. So I don't know where I stand.
Well, it's a duly noted. It's duly noted. So the ayes have it, 3-1, and thank you. So we'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll start with number 7, local government annual reporting to Maryland Department of Planning, where staff is recommending that the board approve the report and transmit to the county council president and the director of the Department of Housing. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, local government annual reporting to the Maryland Department of Planning, where staff is recommending approve report and transmit to the county council, president, and the director of the Department of Planning. And this morning, we have Jay Mukherjee and Colin McNamara here to present. Thank you. Colin, I'm sorry.
Good morning. My name is Jay Mukherjee, and for the record, and this is Colin McNamara, and we are both GIS specialists with the ITI division within the Planning Department. And as you said, we're here to present the local jurisdiction annual report for the Maryland Department of Planning for calendar year 2023, and we're here to ask you for your approval to transmit the report to the County Council and MDP. First, a little background. Since 2009, MDP has been mandated by state law to collect land use and development data from all jurisdictions with planning or zoning authority in the state of Maryland. In calendar year 2022, 21 out of 23 counties and 61 municipalities participated in this exercise. A database has been created by MDP that collects data on a yearly basis. This provides MDP with an annual snapshot of permit activity and a way to analyze historic patterns of growth-related changes within the state. The data for the prior calendar year, along with the questionnaire answers, are then used to create a yearly status report. Basically, it's a development inventory of Maryland, which is then made available to the public and to policymakers. This report has several benefits for Montgomery County. It is used to evaluate public needs and allocated resources in conservation and targeted growth areas, what the state calls its priority funding area, or PFA. It is used as a reference during General Assembly legislation sessions in Annapolis to make informed decisions. It is used to identify topics for comprehensive plan updates, and it's also used to review grant requests. The ultimate goal is for this report to assist the state in guiding necessary programs, services, and other resources to Montgomery County in an efficient manner. Our role in the ITI division is to collect data from various sources, analyze, and then map the data. The data is collected from our in-house data sources, such as our parcel file, the Hansen Development Tracking System, and our zoning maps. But we also collect data from external agencies like DPS, MCPS, MCDOT, SHA, and also from Data Montgomery, which is the county's open data portal. The report is then handed off to staff from both our countywide planning and policy division and the director's office, who then answer the narrative portions of the report. And once the report is completed, the data and maps are uploaded to MDP servers, who then use the data as part of their statewide analysis. This is what the questionnaire format looks like. The questionnaire sent to us by MDP contains 5 main categories or topics, all pertaining to land use patterns and development. MDP's main emphasis is the locational relationship between these subject matters and topics and the PFA. This assists the state in determining whether adjustments are needed to the PFA boundary, which they regard as their primary investment area. Now I'm going to hand off to Colin here to illustrate some of the results for calendar year 2023.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Colin McNamara with ITI, and next I'm going to go over some highlights included in the annual report for calendar year 2023. The gray areas on the maps show the aforementioned PFAs. First, we mapped our master plans. In 2023, the department completed 1 site-specific master plan, while 5 more area plans were in progress. 2 functional plans were also completed, while 1 countywide plan kicked off, the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways update. Additionally, of the 28 new subdivisions approved in 2023, 19, or 68%, are located within the PFA. As far as transportation improvements, there were 134 site-specific major transportation improvement projects. 70, or 84%, were located within the PFA. 1 new school, Cabin Branch Elementary School, opened in Montgomery County last year. However, 6 schools, 5 elementary, and 1 middle school underwent major revitalizations or expansions, all of which are within the PFA.
Can I ask you a question? Do we know that what is the relation between this PFA and the growth area in the Thrive 2050? It looks like it covers it, but I was just wondering that.
I'm not sure.
in-
For the record, Jay Mukherjee, I'm not sure there's a direct relationship, but I think in the end, it's all about population density. I think that's how it's created, how the priority funding area is created. So it's going to have, I don't think there's a direct correlation between the two. I don't think they were designed in conjunction.
I understand
Yeah.
that. I was just wondering that how our growth area sits inside this PFA and how this improvement is sit within our growth areas, because that's what we want in Montgomery County, and I'm hoping that it fits well. It looks like that it does.
Lisa Gavoni, for the record, acting planning supervisor for countywide planning and policy. If you look at the map, as you said, they, like Mr. Mukherjee said, they're not directly correlated, but you can see, that 270 corridor, those growth corridors, there's a pretty good relationship between the two. I would, say that I would guess that pretty much all of the corridor-focused growth area aligns with the priority funding area. We can certainly do that analysis, but just eyeballing it right now, they fit pretty well.
I would just add that the process of identifying, the state has certain requirements that everything inside the Beltway in both counties is automatically a priority funding area. Every municipality in the state is automatically a priority funding area. And then everything else there's an agreement process, a negotiation that took place between the state and each county years ago, and there could be modifications to that, but it's kind of a back and forth between Maryland Department of Planning and then the local government in establishing what those priority funding areas, and that's where the state then makes funding for infrastructure eligible. They won't fund infrastructure outside of the priority funding area.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important, in my opinion, that this aligns with where we want these funds to be. And I'm hoping that somehow this works out, at least for our county and maybe all through the state, that these priority areas is up to date and aligns with the priority areas designated by the local government, at least us. I do not know that why each municipality automatically go into priority areas. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I thought that there are certain requirements in regard to equity and growth that qualifies the area to go within the priority areas.
Certainly, and I think it would actually, I've done this like 10 years now, and I think it would be great maybe for next year that I bring somebody from MDP, maybe, if we can manage that, to answer some of these questions, because I think that would be really good. But yeah, I think ultimately, I think most of the growth corridors fit inside the PFA, and the PFA just goes beyond, so.
Next slide. We provided MDP with the amounts of residential and commercial growth within and outside the PFA based on data obtained from the department's Land Use Hansen Tracking System. 905 residential permits consisting of 1,836 residential units were issued in 2023, 85% of which were within the PFA. This falls slightly below the county's 87% average over the past 10 years. Compared to other counties in Maryland, Montgomery County has generally had a higher percentage of residential permits located within its PFA.
I'm just curious, how often does the state change the PFA, or do they make these adjustments? Or does it go on regular cycles, or is it sort of as needed?
There's really no rhyme or reason. I mean, there is, but I mean,
Yeah.
there's not a regular update from what I can gather, but I think the last really major update was Clarksburg. I think they added a whole huge chunk.
Yeah.
But I have noticed like little bits and pieces around the edges, so.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Most of the commercial permits issued for the projects last year, 87%, were located within the PFA. That is essentially the same as in 2022, but lower than the 10-year average of 89%. Similar to residential permits, the average of approved commercial square feet are concentrated in the PFA as compared to other jurisdictions within the state of Maryland. though there is quite a bit of variability from year to year. We also provided MDP with data about land preservation, including transferable development rights, building lot terminations, and agricultural easements. In 2023, 309 acres were preserved via 60 TDRs, while there were no new BLTs. Additionally, there were 33 new forest conservation easements totaling 140 acres. Not surprisingly, most of our land preserved occurs outside the PFAs. The Montgomery County Parks Department purchased 4 new parks, which preserved 45 acres in 2023. Montgomery County accounts for a major share of land preserved statewide. Since 2014, 16% of all land preserved in Maryland has been preserved in Montgomery County. In 2022, Montgomery County preserved about 20% of all land preserved in Maryland, which is in line with the average. Next, we provided land use statistics. The graphic on the left shows the proportions of each land use category found within the PFA, while the graphic on the right shows the countywide land use distribution. The major land uses within the PFA are single-family detached housing, road right-of-way, and parks, while the largest countywide land uses include agriculture, single-family detached housing, and parks. Land uses have remained relatively static from year to year. On the left is a graph that shows the change in land uses for the past 10 years. Road right-of-ways and open space recreation are up while vacant land is down. The graphic on the right shows how, compared to Maryland overall, Montgomery County holds a higher share of residential land use within the PFA by both land area and the number of parcels compared to the rest of Maryland.
Can you, just a quick question. Road right-of-way, is that 200? What's the jump in road right-of-way being a big portion of the land use?
That's a great question. I mean, it's basically not. It's land that's not owned by anybody. So it's in our parcel files, it's just coded as road right-of-ways.
Road right-of-way. I'd just be curious if that was 200, might have been between that period or not, if that would be a big portion of it or not, but.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
that
a
being
good
the
point.
highest one is interesting.
Yeah.
I was curious.
I thought road right-of-way is all the roads, public right-of-way, including, outside.
Including outside, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is all,
Yeah,
everything that is
That's
road
right.
and
That's right.
paved.
yeah. But that's a good, that's an interesting theory about 200 being the driver of that.
So if vacant land is down, then it just means that it's been used for something else, and like, is that what?
I think so. I think, again, Colin and I basically, we just take down the data. We don't really analyze as far as what the causes of some of these things are. But yes, I think it's a combination of vacant land going to other uses. But truthfully, I think also we're capturing the status of land better than we did in 2014. So there's some of that in here. So there was more noise back in 2014, and we're tightening our ability to designate the proper land use.
And then cultural, do you know what that means?
Yep. Could you explain why it is important that you distinguish between residential parcels and acres? I don't understand. What is it that distinguish this thing? Why do you have to compare these two together?
So the residential parcels is basically the number of parcels that are residential. Meanwhile, the acres is the size of them. So if you go outside the PFAs, the parcels are much, the single-family detached parcels are much bigger. They're not condensed as they are in the PFA.
So when you say parcel, it's the number
Exactly.
of residential.
Yeah, that's right. The number of parcels that are designated
So
single-family.
each parcel has one unit on it then?
Well, not
We are
necessarily.
assuming, but that's what,
Because multifamily, there's 3 categories. There's single-family detached, attached, and multifamily.
okay. So the parcels could not be, when you say so the parcels could be not only single family, that's what you're saying?
Right.
Correct.
That's right.
This falls in line later in this report related to the development capacity, where you can have two parcels, it's two of them, so 1+1, and one parcel can be single-family with a zone potential of one residential unit, while the other parcel is zoned multifamily for, however many number of units. So there's two different ways of looking at housing in the county. So,
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that parcel, what that really doesn't mean anything at this point unless that is the number of housing unit that is in the parcel versus the acre. Because the number of parcel doesn't really tell me anything
Yeah.
except that these are the parcels.
And I
But-
think exactly what Colin just said. I think, go ahead and go
Okay.
to the next slide,
okay.
because I think that explains a little bit.
I think in a world hopefully coming up, knock on wood, where attainable housing is part of the way we do things.
Yeah.
In that scenario, lots can tell us a little bit more about unit potential as well. We're going to focus less on density, but more on kind of allowable units. So that it could change some of the way that
Yeah,
this is presented.
I understand that. I was just trying to make sense of that
Yeah.
graph. Yeah, and the importance of it, that how they use it. Okay, thank
And
you.
I think that segues nicely into this next slide.
Finally, we provided the results of a comprehensive development capacity analysis. Parcels with capacity must be residentially zoned, vacant, or parcels with redevelopment potential, and not located in an environmentally sensitive area. 71% of the parcels meeting those criteria are located within the PFA. The number of parcels, developable units, and the total acreage of parcels with development capacity have decreased since 2020, the last time we did this development capacity analysis. Now back to Jay to discuss next steps.
Can I ask one hopefully brief question? And if it's too much of a long-winded answer, that's totally fine. We can come back to it. But the nerd in me is just curious how we're evaluating capacity on these lots. Is there a quick answer to how we're doing that calculation?
I mean, we weren't part of the under the hood of how the data was crunched. That was the research department. Maybe Lisa?
Sure. So way back in 2020, in support of the general plan, we completed a residential development capacity analysis where I, along with ITI and Research and Special Project, developed a methodology. It's a very extensive methodology that basically looked at the potential of each parcel against environmental constraints, man-made constraints, some basic market assumptions, some zoning assumptions, policy assumptions that were then used to calculate the potential of each parcel for its potential for development or redevelopment. And Mr. McNamara has updated that in support of local housing targets. So we are continually refining it and working on it. But there is I'm more than happy to send you that methodology, and as we continue to update it, if you have any feedback on that, we'd love to integrate it.
One clarification, I would prefer to use the term capacity, not potential, because potential kind of suggests the likelihood in some way, but this is just looking at, the zone capacity with all of those, policy and other environmental restrictions, kind of taken into account.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it would be great to see, just to understand, and of course it relates to so many things that you all are working on now that we're working on with housing targets. It would be great to sort of have an understanding of kind of, at least from a baseline standpoint, kind of where are we and where are we trying to go, and things could potentially change pretty dramatically in terms of capacity and how we calculate that based on AHS. But yeah, it'd be good to see how it was done in the past.
We've been trying to update it with as master plans are completed, because then capacity and the assumptions change for each parcel as we redevelopment could become more likely with new zoning. But it will be really interesting because single family zoning, now we make the assumption that if there's a single family detached unit there, even if they could build an ADU, we say that there's no capacity there. So, but now there is. There may be. We hope.
So what is capacity? Could you say is the number, is when you say that 5,395 is the capacity, is that the number of units?
It speaks to net new capacity. Is that sort of what we're describing here? Not total capacity given existing units too?
Right.
Right.
So net new potential on top of, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So is that the number of units?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, as far as the next steps go, we're seeking your approval to submit the report for 2023 to the County Council and to the Maryland Department of Planning by July 1, which is coming up very quickly. Subsequently, we will be uploading both the data and the GIS layers to MDP servers, allowing the state to create their own end-of-the-year analysis and report for calendar year 2023. So, thank you for your time.
If I could, I'm going to just share my screen real quickly. I want to, in response to the vice chair's, I'm going to see if we can make that switch. Question about the Thrive growth area. Thank you. Okay, so this is the Thrive growth map that we're all familiar with. What I'm going to do now is just change the transparency here on the state priority funding area. Oh, let me get rid of that. Nope, don't want all that. Okay, here we go. So you'll start to see this come through. There's the state priority funding area. So you see it does largely cover up the Thrive growth area. And if you zoom out on this is all on MC Atlas. So for people who our ITI division does an outstanding job of maintaining data resources on here, and this is accessible to the public. But you can see this is the state priority funding areas across the entire state.
Yeah.
But,
I love MC Atlas.
yeah,
Just
it's
use
fantastic.
it has always been my friend. Thank you.
That's a pretty good, it's a pretty good coverage.
Coverage,
It's
yeah.
a little bit more, it seems, particularly down in East County.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And when will the state present their report based on when all the municipalities report in?
They typically, they send us a letter to work on the next year's report.
Okay.
And then they're always, so this report is always 1 year behind because
Right.
obviously they have to we capture the data and then they crunch their numbers with the other counties. So usually, I mean, I think by the spring of the following year, you get the prior year. So,
I see. And they use that,
Yeah.
those maps or their report.
And
used
like
for-
I
for
mentioned
funding.
earlier, I think we're gonna, I think for next year, I am gonna invite somebody from MDP to talk about this, because we've done these reports, like I said, 10 years, and, I'd like to actually hear from them sometime about
Right.
how they use all this
Right.
specifically.
And also, it helps to drive funding to the
Exactly.
municipal-
Yeah,
okay,
for
great,
sure.
Great.
Yeah.
We want more funding, so thank you. Yeah. Yes, if there are any other questions or comments here? Well, thank you for your presentation, and we'll just take a.
Do we need to approve?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry. I loved it so much, I just moved on. So, yes. So, do I have a motion to approve the report and transmitting it to the County Council President and the Director of the State Department of Planning?
Yeah. I'll move to approve the report and transmit it.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. All right. Thank you. So we'll take just a 2-minute break, and then we'll start on item number 8, which is briefing on the University Boulevard Quarter Plan. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 8, briefing on the University Boulevard Corridor Plan, where staff is recommending to review the emerging ideas and provide policy direction to staff. And this morning we have Mr. Nkosi Earwood with his team to present to us. So we're looking forward to your presentation.
Mr. Chairman, board members, good morning, and Nkosi Earwood. For the record, so there's a briefing on University Boulevard. Along with me to my right, Alex Rixio, Transportation Planner, to our left, Steve Finley. Also have Zubin, Adrian Veller, a lot of project staff members, as well as Jessica McFerrin, the Master Plan Supervisor for Mid-County. So we've been working on this plan since the board approved the scope in November of '22. And we're working towards preliminary recommendations, which is sort of the next time that we'll be back sort of formally to you. So this briefing will cover things that we've publicly presented regarding some of the things that have been put together in terms of land use and zoning, some development concepts, urban design concepts, transportation that Alex will touch on, as well as environmental sustainability things that Steve will touch on as well. So to get going, in terms of, as a brief reminder to the board, the plan area is shown on the screen to the left, 3.5 miles from the Beltway to Amherst in Wheaton, included with Sago Creek. You have existing and planned future bus rapid transit, existing conditions, primarily a 6-lane state control roadway, highly utilized stops for transit, for metro. The C2, C4 routes carry a significant amount of residents from Montgomery County into Prince George's County and vice versa. And we also have a variety of public facilities, including schools, parks. Route 29 sort of defines the area in the Four Corners area. So in terms of some framework items, just as brief reminders to the board, in terms of how the concepts and the sort of framework of the plan is standing upon, is obviously the general plan update that looks at, calls for University Boulevard as a growth-focused corridor that's shown here in red. As well as it's within, obviously, an anticipated bus rapid transit route, along with other BRT routes, Purple Line further south of the planned area. And then also in terms of additional framework, sort of table setting items is the complete streets from a few years ago, transit corridors plan from 2013, and the bikeway master plan. So all of those things are different things that we're standing upon and making amendments as we sort of move forward. And then most recently, the board's action regarding attainable housing strategies, just sort of highlighting from a zoning perspective that the R60, R90 zones, as well as University Boulevard is a priority housing district. So all of those factors are being sort of considered as we sort of work on this plan. We also had some action from the county council earlier this year in terms of zoning text amendment 24-01 that allowed religious properties as well as private educational institutions to build affordable townhouses and multifamily on residential detached zone properties. And we have a variety of them on University Boulevard. So Good Shepherd, Luther Rice, for just to the religious institutions, just to call out. So we've done, since we had our initial open house, a variety of either in-person or virtual meetings, a variety of community events, worked with everyday canvassing for the multifamily. In May, the team, we had 4 meetings. Actually, we had 6 meetings, including 2 for residential associations and then 2 in-person, 2 virtual, regarding these emerging ideas that we're presenting to you today. So a brief recap on land uses along the corridor. It's multifamily, it's private and public institutions, residential detached. It's been in this area since prior to some cases early 20s, 30s, as well as obviously public parks. Much of the retail is concentrated at the Four Corners area, and as well as the Kemp Mill Shopping Center along Arcola Avenue. So we're going to talk about this morning the emerging ideas regarding land use, a bit about transportation, connectivity, environmental sustainability, and talking about urban design. So as typically as we work on these plans, we start with a sort of overall concept as we think about what some of the land use and zoning perspectives could be. So what's shown on the screen is the plan area highlighted with the black dots are the bus rapid transit stops that are called for in the 2013 functional plan, as well as the areas in red. Those are areas that we think that are zoned today, commercial or mixed use, residential, primarily CRT coming out from the zoning rewrite for 2014. And those are areas that we think that could accommodate some additional enhancements in terms of land use and zoning recommendations. So we were thinking about that primarily in Four Corners area, and likewise at Kemp Mill Shopping Center off of Arcola, and then sort of the edge of the Wheaton CBD along Amherst, WTOP area there. And then we also have multifamily areas that are there today, such as at the Warwick and Arcola Towers. There's opportunities there over time, potential infill for Arcola Towers, which is owned by HOC. So HOC has 3 different properties along this corridor. They were shown here in a triangle, sort of future color there. So that's an important, obviously a public entity, but also the things that they deliver very important for a lot of public policy objectives. And then the areas in between, that's where attainable housing or alternative strategies that we're thinking about that could happen along, and those are primarily the residential detached properties. And then we also have religious institutions. We're just calling out a few of them here on this concept, but we're just highlighting their importance and again, what they can deliver, potential infill, potential changes over time. So in terms of scale and character, much of the scale and character we're thinking about for the mixed use potential areas are mostly mid-rise, 50 to 70 feet in terms of building heights. Likewise, there's some areas that are taller today. Those are because of zoning, such as Arcola Towers. But even at Kemp Mill Shopping Center, we're thinking of something of a more mid-rise character. So we're still trying to be contextual regarding the context of the detached dwellings and how to fit in new potential developments. Clearly, the religious institutions have a bit more of bandwidth or land area that they could accommodate different things, more infill opportunities over time. So these are some images, build projects from different parts of the county that we've shown publicly. From the left is mid-rise at Shady Grove Station area, right across the street from King Farm. In the middle is one of the early phases of Pike and Rose residential with ground floor retail. And then another from the Upper Rock District, also off of Shady Grove Road in the city of Rockville, a multifamily development, 4 to 5 stories. So those are the ideas that we're thinking about for some of those mixed-use areas. In terms of some of the more specific sort of properties at a conceptual level, we're starting here in this presentation showing you some of the things within the WT property. So WTOP is obviously a radio station in this region. They've been transmitting from this area for a number of decades. They anticipate continuing to operate a transmission center here. However, we're thinking in the long term that potentially there are other things that could happen on this 11+ acre site. So what's shown here on the left side of the screen from a concept perspective, a couple of things. One, the existing structure that's on the site is a historic property. It's a Art Moderne building, and the area sort of in the sort of tan color, that's the meets and bounds of the historic designation area or the environmental setting. And what we're also showing here is additional potential connectivities in terms of connections where new streets could potentially occur, thinking about transition between anything new and something that's existing. And we'll continue to build on this because this is just a starting point for us. We're going to think about open spaces and things of that sort to build out this initial concept. And obviously orientations regarding how buildings orient towards University Boulevard, where we should have active fronts and active ground floors and things like that. So this is sort of a concept showing you for this particular property.
Could you go back there? I'm trying to compare this to see that where you are thinking the future development would be. I could definitely see WTOP side that you have grayed out, I think. And then next to the WTOP on the right side, you show some more future development and coming down south. Could you show what are there that you believe that it could be a future development? Because it looks like that there are already buildings there. I don't
Correct.
know
This
what
is
they
only,
are.
this is only pertaining to WTOP. Everything to the right of it is built today. You have.
Oh, so the one on the left side is just WTOP side.
Okay, so the red box it compares to the same image that's on the left side
that's just
of the screen. It's
WTOP.
just WTOP.
Oh, okay. So there is no other potential development outside WTOP
Well,
side then?
No, there is potential development along Amherst Avenue. That's zoned today for commercial residential. So there could be potential changes for that, yes.
Okay.
It's interesting to note that what is historic about the structure on the WTOP side? It was there's some famous architect that did it?
Well, in terms of transmission of the design of it, so it's been designated on the master plan for historic preservation for a number of decades now.
Okay. Could they still could they still operate with not just with it, but an antenna on top of a new building? I mean, would that work too for them or no? Just out of curiosity, is there or a radio station needs that much area?
Well, that's something that we'll have to talk more about with the property owner regarding, if they're going to be using in the future any portion of the site for additional transmission functions. Again, today, in the midterm, if even frankly in the long term, what they've communicated to us that they would not be doing anything else than what's there today. So we're sort of advancing, trying to set things up to say, we've seen WMAL, which was had a transmission area here in North Bethesda. That's been redeveloped into residential and a school site. Likewise, we're trying to think ahead to think about what could happen here.
Did they stay in the building?
No, that property was completely, WML completely gone from no longer transmitting at that location.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so moving down towards the Arcola area. So a couple of things, several things to talk about in this area. So we have multifamily that's been here since the late 1960s. University Towers, the Warwick, Arcola Towers. Arcola Towers is owned by HOC as well as Kemp Mill Shopping Center. So there are a variety of zones in this area. From a land use perspective, we're trying to provide sort of consistency how we look at the area, make sure we don't have non-conforming buildings with the Warwick and University Towers. But we're also thinking about street connections. Today, you have the access road that serves all the multifamily buildings, and we're thinking about over time, potentially there could be a connection that will take you to the Kemp Mill Shopping Center and link you back to Lamberton, that's shown on the top portion of the screen. Additional connections regarding Kemp Mill Shopping Center, how you could, over time, if that property new infill development happens there, could have additional connections to Sligo Creek, as well as additional public open space. We do have the Camp Mill Urban Park, which is right at Lamberton and Arcola. And then on the southern side of University, we do have Northwood Presbyterian, that's a church today. And we've had several conversations with them regarding what they're thinking of that property. And they're thinking that early this year was up for sale on the market for a new buyer. Don't know if they have a new purchaser or not, but again, we're trying to think of what can happen here. And it's a 5 to 6 acre property that we want to have different unit types over time in terms of future development, linkages between Brewood Park, which is an existing park, to the right portion of this slide, and then to the left, we have Sligo Creek. So thinking about pedestrian connections, there's some environmental sensitive areas on the southern portion of the property that we really want to preserve. We also have the Chesapeake Trail that sort of meanders by Northwood High and comes across the road to Brewood, working its way towards Sligo Creek, of setting up those connections from a plan perspective. That when something could happen here, that from an implementation perspective, everything sort of works together, as well as obviously orientations towards University Boulevard. There's a proposed BRT stop at Arcola that's shown here as well in terms of this concept diagram. So we've talked in terms of public presentations and thinking past to the board in terms of what infill would look like here along the corridor. We do have one example of something that's been approved from a preliminary plan perspective. This is the Agudat Synagogue. Its property location is right near, actually not too far from WTOP. So on University Boulevard, it does have a preliminary plan approval for a senior building as well as a synagogue as well on the property. So we think some of the religious institutions such as Northwood Presbyterian, Luther Rice, et cetera, could have this flexibility built in where they could have some institutional function as well, potentially adding in a variety of residential options. Could be senior housing, could be market rate housing, could be townhouses, et cetera. So we're trying to provide as much flexibility for some of these larger religious properties. So again, in terms of what we're thinking of for the BRT areas, the religious institutions, and some of the new residential typologies is obviously townhouses. Examples here are from the region or the county to the lower portion of the slide. Shady Grove Station West Side townhouses. The duplex example is from Military Road in Washington. And obviously some other examples there, additional townhouses from Shady Grove area, and then a 2/2 from the city of Hydesville. Those are typically within the 50 to 60 range typically for 2/2. So again, those are the type of typologies that we're thinking about for this area. In terms of urban design and placemaking, so much of the planning that has been done in this area since 1989, Kensington-Wheaton plan, really didn't address urban design, and obviously placemaking is more of a newer concept. So we're trying to integrate placemaking ideas as well as urban design guidance going to be throughout the document, throughout the neighborhoods that we set up as part of our current thinking on the sort of working draft document. To really provide guidance whenever we get a project comes in and comes to the board for regulatory review. And that includes the BRT station areas, Four Corners, the important parts so far of the plan area. So I will stop talking and turn things over this presentation to Alex, who will cover transportation issues.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Alex Rixey, I'm Transportation Planner in the Mid-County Division. So just an overview of some of the emerging transportation ideas. And Kosi touched earlier on some of the broader policy guidance that's informing the plan, so the Complete Streets Design Guide, the Functional Master Plan for Transit Ways, and the Bicycle Master Plan, among others. University Boulevard, we're really envisioning as a multimodal corridor. The functional master plan, the Transitways functional master plan called for bus rapid transit along the corridor, and largely in dedicated lanes, although through the Four Corners area, it calls for the buses to travel in mixed traffic, but also thinking about the ways that people are driving through the corridor, that people are walking and biking through the corridor, and really crossing the corridor as well. So looking also to advance complete streets concepts to make the corridor more walkable and safer. This is Four Corners has a pedestrian and bicycle and pedestrian priority area that's in the CIP. And the University Boulevard corridor overall also is identified as a bicycle and pedestrian priority area at the next highest level of priority. Also looking to promote Vision Zero principles. Again, safety is a big concern on the corridor. This is part of the high injury network. So really trying to think about safety for all users. There are also some locations where people driving need to make left turns across multiple lanes of traffic without a signal. That could be present a safety challenge for people driving as well as people walking and biking along and across the corridor. Also looking to advance the network of low-stress bicycle facilities. In the bicycle master plan, there's specifies a breezeway side path through the area, so it's a really high-quality bicycle facility. We're working to implement something that will hopefully address the intent of that. I'll go into more detail on that in a moment. That type of facility would also support new opportunities for micromobility along and across the corridor. And we're also exploring alternative ways to navigate the Four Corners area, which has a pretty challenging configuration today that requires people driving to make multiple turns to execute a left turn movement. So the next slide shows some of our—
Could you go back to that
yes.
slide? I'm sorry. I had to look up what you mean with micro-mobility. Is that different than just, because it said that all the mode of, all bicycle and walkable. So I'm thinking that what is the difference between that and all the other things that you said in regard to make it available for bikeways and accessible and Vision Zero? What does micro-mobility brings to the table?
Yeah, they're transportation options that could use the same facilities. So if there's a side path that could also accommodate people using bike share or scooters or a variety of ways of walking, biking, and rolling. So it's not necessarily a different facility, it's just those same facilities could accommodate people walking, biking, rolling.
So it's like allow multimodal transportation. There is nothing different than that when you talk about micro-mobility.
Yeah, micromobility it typically refers to bike sharing, e-bikes, scooters, e-scooters, those sorts of things.
So do that. And I'm wondering that, you say explore alternative ways to navigate the Four Corners area in the long term. What kind of vision you have? Because I do agree that the Four Corners is very crowded and it's very unfriendly to bicycle and to walking people. But it's a very big area that it needs, in my opinion, probably a redesign of the whole intersection and area. But that is something really huge and big, and it's going to be probably a state to take over in that area. Is that what your vision is that you talk about?
Yeah, and we do have some slides in the presentation in a moment that I can go into some more detail. We've had a couple of meetings with SHA and with MCDOT to sort of brainstorm ideas. We're also working with a transportation consultant to help us with some of those ideas and evaluating them. So there are actually two kind of emerging ideas for the area that I'll share in a few slides.
Okay,
but I agree, I
that
think
would be
it's a
nice.
big job, and I don't think we can do it on our own.
It's not something that could happen anytime soon. Yeah, I know.
Okay, so stepping back from Four Corners for a moment and just thinking about University Boulevard as it, in the rest of the corridor outside of Four Corners. This is our emerging idea for a potential cross-section for the corridor. So in the existing condition today, which is not shown here, the sidewalks are typically pretty narrow, 6 feet or less, and typically immediately adjacent to the vehicle travel lanes. Today, 2 of those lanes are being used as part of the MCDOT bus-only pilot. but there's still vehicles moving directly adjacent to people walking on the sidewalks. And so the main change that we're thinking of in this emerging idea is keeping the same general curb-to-curb cross-section. We're really trying to work for motorized vehicles within what's there today, but outside of the curbs, trying to introduce some planted street buffers between the curb and the people who are walking and biking, and provide a wider side path that can accommodate both people walking and bicycling on both sides of the street. So the next slide shows kind of how that aligns with what's there today. So the top, again, is the existing condition, and the bottom shows the emerging idea that would maintain the curbs, but provide some additional space, some buffer from the moving traffic, and additional space for people walking and biking. And then the next slide just shows.
Just a quick question on that. To the extent that there are existing, at least concepts for the BRT and how it would be kind of designed within the right-of-way, does this roughly match what MCDOT is thinking about with the BRT design in terms of kind of the allocation of space in the roadway?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there is one challenge here that I can elaborate on the next slide too, in that in trying to keep within the existing curb to curb, we're slightly reducing the width of one of the drive lanes that's consistent with the Complete Streets Design Guide to try to achieve our target speeds. That gives us a little more room, but beyond that, what's shown here is a 12-foot bus lane and a 1-foot separation, which is not what the Complete Streets Design Guide calls for. That would be a minimum of 2 feet. And so this is definitely something we're going to need to work with our MCDOT colleagues on sort of the preferences between having physical separation for the bus-only lane versus a wider dedicated lane for transit. So a lot of that is still to be determined.
Okay, sounds good. And in terms of I don't recall if the median planting strip is. It probably varies throughout the corridor, whether it's there or if it's sort of it becomes a turn lane, or I'm sure there's different, it becomes different things in different areas. Do we know if MCDOT is, or did they consider using that median space for part of the BRT project? Whether that's center alignments for the BRT, or just taking some of that space to create, as you mentioned, like more room as a separate, like if they were going to put the lanes on the edges, as we see here, taking some of that median space to create more separation from the bus-only lanes, or kind of the more active zone and the vehicle lanes. Is MCOT, like, is that something they considered, or are they sort of past that point in the process?
Yeah, these are great questions. So to your first point about what is in that 16-foot median today, and that does vary throughout the corridor, that in many places that is planted or grass or has some trees. In many places at intersections, that is where the left turn bays occur. And we're generally, for a median, allowing for 10 feet for the left turn bay, and then a 6-foot pedestrian refuge island that when pedestrians are crossing, they can, if necessary, stop there before continuing across the street. So to your overall, what MCDOT is thinking, I'm not in their minds, but this corridor is not at the advanced stage of planning or design that US 29, for example, is. So on Colesville Road or US 29, where it intersects in Four Corners, MCDOT is advanced into the design stages, and they have plans for a median running bus-only lane or lanes along parts of that corridor. I don't believe they've gotten to that point of this plan, so we're really kind of on the front side of that. To the questions about median running versus curb running, it is something we've talked a bit about in some of the conversations I've had with MCDOT transit staff. They, particularly in the Great Seneca plan, when we were working on that, are tending to favor curb running for operational considerations. It just gets a lot more challenging once everything moves into the median. But I think that's something we could explore if that's the board's direction.
I think it's good to hear sort of where things stand in general, because I think I'm wondering if this could be an opportunity. So to the question about median versus curb running, I certainly default to or defer to whatever you all and MCDOT would think is the best operational setup for speed of service and efficiency and everything else. But in terms of the concept of how we are proposing or envisioning the allocation of space, I wonder if this could be an opportunity to establish a little bit more guidance for MCDOT as they move forward with their BRT design, just in the sense of, claiming a little bit more space to work with and using that extra space to create a more comfortable environment for people walking, cycling, and also more separation between the bus lane itself or the future BRT lane and other traffic. I don't have a clear concept of what that looks like in terms of the actual lanes themselves or how wide or exactly how much space we'd want to take from the median, but is that something that we could at least consider as a concept to move forward so MCDOT has something to kind of work with, and also something that we can maybe nudge them in the right direction in terms of what our design standards are?
For the record, Jessica McVeary, Planning Supervisor for the Mid-County team. I think one of the challenges, and I'll ask Alex to confirm this, but the 16-foot median is driven by that 10-foot left turn
The left turn
pocket
lanes,
plus
yeah.
the 6-foot pedestrian refuge when you're crossing. And so that kind of creates, more of a firm dimension. However, one thing that we could explore, and I don't know if this is something that Alex would want to weigh in on, is does that 16-foot dimension occur, where necessary at intersections, but then be sort of reallocated or reused for other purposes outside of those left turn pockets? One of the balances there's a few things that we're trying to balance in thinking about crossing distances for pedestrians and transit users, but also trying to think about making sure that we have space for stormwater, for street trees, and Steve will talk about that a little bit too. So it's all a little bit of a balance.
Yeah, no, totally. And I mean, in theory, we could get to your point about sort of maintaining space for all those things. We could look at this corridor and say to ourselves, like, yes, it's a highly used transit corridor, some of the highest ridership in the state.
Yeah.
But in another sense, it's also to some degree an overbuilt corridor for cars. Is this an opportunity to say, like, yes, there are operational needs, but perhaps we don't need to accommodate the level of vehicle operations that currently exist today, especially with BRT coming, and could we claim a little bit more right-of-way? And then because of that, also to your point, enhance some of the areas along the curbs and use the extra space that we gain to do some of those kind of stormwater management or other elements, and also through that kind of reduce crossing distances for pedestrians if we don't need as much space in the median for those left turns. Again, I know it's a complicated question. I know there's a lot of things to consider, as you mentioned, but because this is sort of a concept and how we envision the corridor being used, it's just an idea of maybe something to consider as we move forward, that we could really kind of claim a little bit more space, or propose to claim a little bit more space for the various things that we care about.
So you take it into consideration, and I just wanted, what is the transportation speak, or what does median versus curb running mean? Well, it's like the buses on one side versus the other. What does that mean?
Yeah, exactly. That would be, so a median running transit way would be in the middle of the roadway between the two directions of vehicle travel, and curb running would be at the outsides of the roadway.
Okay, so in this picture where you have the two 11-foot drive lanes, that would be the buses versus the cars in a median running. Is that what that would be?
Yeah, the image at the bottom shows a curb running. We're not showing a median running, but if there were one, it would be probably in the middle where that 16-foot planting strip is, and it would need more space than that, but it would be in the center of the roadway.
I see. In the planting. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
And I just I wanted to jump in here and voice my support from pretty much everything of what Commissioner Linden just mentioned. I mean, if there are 6-foot pedestrian refuges at intersections on University Boulevard, I've yet to see them be 6 feet wide. Like, take some of that space. Like, we need all of the things. The sidewalks are almost unusable along most of that stretch. they're directly next to 6 lanes of traffic. They are often overgrown. There is almost no way to get down there by any other mode of transportation other than taking a bus or taking a car. I would like us to get creative with the usage of that space, particularly in that middle space. And just, it is an overbuilt, like, large 6-lane highway. That's all it is. Anything else that's there is just almost it's very, very difficult to use. And so, like, I would like to really see us, like, minimize some lanes, put some extra modal, like, really, this is a traffic focus, like, heavily on here, and for other non-car mode shares, and try to take a lot of that space in the middle of it. And I mean, with things like pedestrian access and bicycle access, it's much more important. I think to have trees on the sides with people walking than in the middle, and it's just, they're not providing a whole ton on that area. So we might as well, I think take them. I think you have that space that can be used more effectively, I think, than left turn lanes and couple foot long wide medians. There's better use for that, I think.
If Carrie Sanders for the record. So just to make sure I'm hearing it correctly, it sounds like the area where we have this 16-foot wide planting strip, thinking about how we can maybe take some of that land or that space that's in the public right-of-way and perhaps applying it to the planting strip that it buffers the pedestrians from all the cars at the 6 lanes, and thinking, because Alex alluded to this, but we do have some constraints along this right-of-way, like where the sidewalk, the buffer could be better. And so I think to understand that the board is comfortable with us looking at locations where we could take that 16 feet and add it to the buffer, that's helpful for us to know, and we can kind of explore that more through the planning process, if that's what we're hearing.
I think so. And I mean, median does take a lot of, median running BRT takes a lot of space, and I don't know if there's enough for that. I like the idea with here about narrowing a lot of the car lanes and the drive lanes to encourage sort of slower speeds along that area. And if we need space for planting strips, buffers, pedestrian access, bicycle access, width between bus lanes and drive lanes, there's space there to take. And just, I think that, you've got to separate the 2 lanes, the 2 contrasting directions of traffic, but you have, I think, enough space there, like, to do it and to provide the thing. Because going along University, particularly trying along the sidewalks or anything like that, I just love the existing one as a planting strip of 14 feet that looks like nice and grassy, and what it mostly is weeds that are trying to push you off into traffic. And that's like how a lot of that, particularly on the north side, runs. It doesn't look like a 6-foot sidewalk and a beautiful 14-foot planting strip. It looks like a 4-foot sidewalk and a whole lot of overhang. Yeah. And so, like, there's a lot of work to be done there, and if there's space to take from the median that's not serving any particular purpose for anyone there, take the space, narrow the lanes, widen the bike paths, widen the buffers, give more bus lane space, I think is important to do along that corridor. Like, I think there's width in that cross-section to do it.
And just to add on to that, and I completely agree, I think that if we look at this corridor, I mean, is the total right-of-way 120 feet? Is that what we're looking at, 120 for most of it, or all
Sorry,
of it?
124.
124.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
specifically.
Yeah, this is an enormous right-of-way along a corridor where we want a lot of our growth to happen, a corridor where BRT is coming, a corridor where there's going to be more people living and moving around, ideally not with a car all the time. So I guess, I hope that we can kind of look at 124 feet and just sort of imagine what can we, because this is sort of it's a visioning process too, right? Like, how can we use 124 feet of right away? And not as much use kind of the baseline condition as something we're trying to tweak around the edges, but how can we use 124 feet of right of way with coming BRT, with coming corridor-based development, with attainable housing that's going to require the frontage things associated with kind of medium and large scale attainable housing. Hopefully, knock on wood, right? So 124 feet to work with, like, what is our best effort at a vision for that? And and so I think that's where I would land.
Yeah, so I think you get a feel for what we're, like, you to consider looking in, and maybe some discussions with DOT and, or state highway, but do you have a sense of where the board's looking to, and then you can come back and say, it's impossible, it's possible, it's what, there's a, here's a plan, A, B, C, and D. Does that work with you guys?
It works. I think one clarification I wanted to make is I understood the feedback to be to look at the planting strip area specifically and see how we may be able to reallocate that space, but while maintaining the curb running configuration shown. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I think that it includes that, but if, again, this is just a suggestion. I don't know, I know that there are constraints around time and budget and how much additional coordination this would take. Ideally, in my mind, we could sort of reimagine the whole use of the space, and maybe we're beyond that point. If we are, I'm not, perhaps there are sort of more marginal things we can do, including looking at the planting, like taking space and then kind of, but we're looking at, to Commissioner Hedrick's point, this is a 6-lane highway. It shouldn't stay that way, right? Like BRT will take 2 of those lanes, but should it still remain a 4-lane highway for everything else along the entire corridor, or are there alternatives? And if so, what might those be? Like through other master plans we've looked at recently, like we've seen master plan with Mid-County, with the Great Seneca, we've seen these great ideas around how to kind of use some stretches of, Key Avenue, Key West Avenue, for example. Admittedly looking deep into the future, and it would require, CIP projects would require a lot of development to come in, but because this is this is a document that hopefully can create the same sort of vision and maybe lead to some CIP projects in addition to BRT. I'm just wondering if there's a chance to sort of think a little bit more expansively around the corridor in terms of the right-of-way specifically.
We can certainly come back to you and dig deeper a bit into this, and I think show you. We did hold a charrette with SHA and DOT to creatively sort of brainstorm all these different transportation looks at things in this corridor. And so maybe we can share some of the thoughts that came out of that and sort of also talk a little bit more specifically about how to reimagine it for a more walkable destination, because I think that's what we've been talking about all along here is how do we make this easier for people, particularly with the new housing being infilled, how do we make this easier for people to walk and to get to the bus? That's going to be so important.
That's gonna be,
Yep, so maybe that thing, yes, goes, we need to move on, but maybe we have not seen that, like sometimes we talk about, could you show us some of the initial things and how you got from here to here, and maybe just a short segment sometime, like, this is where we had these discussions, these were the options, we had some back and forth, and this is where we ended up with this, why we did that, and the constraints and all the other stuff, but also, as Commissioner Linden said, talk about that, and then maybe also, if you could reimagine, could there be a little different solution? Was that some of the, and giving, and that's what we want to see, could you come back to us with those, so we have a better feel for?
Yes, we can come back and have a more focused conversation on this, and I think also think a little bit differently to some of the feedback that all the board is providing on how to use the space, and then also I think it would be helpful for us to summarize, the results of the discussions we had with SHA and DOT, and perhaps they can join us in this discussion as well. I think that would be helpful to have them here.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thanks for that direction. So I won't dwell on this slide too long because I think the board understands the considerations and kind of what we're moving toward. I think the emerging idea, the idea is to illustrate the problems that it does solve, the lack of street buffers, the narrow sidewalks, and that 10-foot side path is shown in yellow because the bicycle master plan calls for a much wider breezeway side path facility. But given that right-of-way constraint, our vision for 10-foot side paths on both sides of the street make it possible for people to travel along the corridor in both directions without having to cross if they don't need to. We're of course still trying to look for more opportunities for frequent and protected crossings when people do need to cross the street. So just a bit on that. So on the next slide, we'll move into the Four Corners ideas, and there are two broad emerging ideas that we're considering for the Four Corners area. And this speaks to the concerns about kind of the need for a reimagining of that area and the way that people navigate it. It's very challenging today on foot, certainly on bike, for transit passengers waiting for the bus, crossing the street to access the bus, and also people driving. It's not a very intuitive or navigable area, so thinking of ways to reimagine that. All of that said, this idea is a much more limited intervention. It generally maintains the existing configuration. I have another one in a moment that shows a different configuration. But just some of the features here, this includes the center running dedicated bus lanes on US 29. This is an MCDOT project that's ongoing for the phase 2 of the US 29 Flash Bus Rapid Transit project. For University Boulevard, it repurposes the travel lanes, so this is looking at 2 through travel lanes per direction, that it's still in that split configuration that's there today. The buses would move into mixed traffic through the Four Corners area. This is consistent with the countywide transit corridors functional master plan, but you can see where to the west the dedicated lanes would end, and then as you move east into Four Corners, it would move into mixed traffic. The main changes here in the repurposing of those travel lanes are to provide for wider sidewalks, wider street buffers, and for a breezeway side path on the eastbound leg, the southern side of Four Corners, to try to provide that high-quality walking and biking facility that's called for in the bicycle master plan. So this slide now just shows the cross sections. So for the westbound leg, where you see the little blue bracket on the reference map, this is looking west. The existing configuration has 3 through lanes and the left turn lane. Again, this is looking at repurposing one of those through lanes and narrowing the curb-to-curb cross-section. That also helps with the pedestrian crossings to try to make this a safer and more walkable environment. And then the big change again is providing wider sidewalks and wider street buffers between the vehicular traffic and people walking, biking, and rolling. The next slide just shows the other direction. We're now looking kind of into the eastbound movement. Same general concept. This is, I think I mentioned earlier, we're also working with a consultant, VHB, to analyze the effects of some of this on traffic movements. And so the existing condition has 3 through lanes, a left turn lane, and a right turn lane. Where this is located on the map is farther back than that right turn lane begins, but that's one of the things that we're looking at is sort of how those turn movements are accommodated. But again, the general idea here is to repurpose one of the through lanes to provide a wider planting strip. In some cases, there's no separation today. In some cases, just narrow separation, and provide those wider side path and sidewalk facilities.
Can I ask one quick thing about this? And I love this approach of kind of narrowing things both from a safety standpoint and kind of a crossing distance standpoint. Because this is also where buses are, or I guess it's proposed that buses move into mixed traffic, would it also be possible to see a scenario, and it sounds like you're sort of in the process of doing some modeling with transportation consultants, is it possible to see a scenario where we both narrow lanes, but using this example right here, instead of going from 5 to 3, maybe going from 5 to 4, and one of those lanes is for kind of dedicated to the BRT going, in this case, east. Whether, I don't know if this is an area where, again, kind of coming back to what we talked about before, this probably involves a lot of coordination with all of the partners. But because, Four Corners is, it's sort of the worst area for BRT to be moving into mixed traffic, right? I think we all probably understand the reasons why it was proposed that way, just to get the project to move forward. But if we're sort of moving through this process and already imagining reduced lanes, as long as we can accommodate our other goals, like more space for pedestrians on the curb ends, some planting strip areas for stormwater management, if we have enough space, could we also potentially propose a dedicated bus lane just getting through this complicated intersection? Because, the last thing we want to have happen in the future is for this to become kind of a huge pinch point to slow down service across the entire corridor when, maybe this is an opportunity to at least kind of get ahead of the 8 ball a little bit and propose a vision that can avoid that fate.
Yeah. Well, you were going to, that's a great point. You were going to show another option because long-term, wouldn't it just be best if they could eliminate the 2 islands there, right? And, if you can move your mat, because what's creating is all the 2 islands where on the north, and if somehow, I'm not, you can't use the word eminent domain, but, but if you can, but if they didn't exist, then you could just have the roads coming together at a T, right? Or I mean, has State Highway ever considered that?
So the next option does present, I think, something along that idea where all of the through traffic in both directions on University would stay on one roadway, and the other, what today is the eastbound direction would become kind of more of a local street to build out a street grid.
Yeah.
So this is that idea. It still has kind of those 2 roadways, but it repurposes the southern roadway into a more local street. In this one, we're still in mixed traffic with BRT, but it keeps all of the vehicular traffic on University Boulevard in one single carriageway or roadway. So the eastbound and westbound directions are both happening with the majority of traffic on the northern leg, and what today is the southern leg becomes just a 2-lane local street that also has space for pedestrian and bicycle facilities. I think as Chair Harris, as you alluded to, this is difficult to do in that it requires kind of the reconfiguration of a lot of the properties, but it does present some opportunities in that some of the space that today is SHA right-of-way that kind of you can see on the aerial would cut diagonally through that block. That becomes available land, but this would require substantial redevelopment, reconfiguration of the area, and probably would be a much longer term endeavor than the previous kind of limited intervention scenario.
No.
So I have cross sections for these as well that give a little more detail. This shows what today is the westbound direction. So in this portion, this would actually, the idea was to keep the northern right-of-way the same and kind of push the roadway to the south. This would be a wider roadway because it's accommodating both directions of travel here. So that would bump things out. But this, presents a much narrower overall cross-section for University Boulevard in that you just have 2 lanes per direction. You have the wider sidewalks and the planting strips. And then on the next slide shows the other direction where this would be a much narrower, as you can see, cross-section. This also allows the right-of-way to shift to the south, so you're kind of getting back some of that space that you're losing to the north as a much more kind of neighborhood or town center street where there are 2 lanes of vehicular travel, and then again that wide breezeway facility that's called for in the bicycle master plan, the wider planting strips and wider sidewalks.
If I could jump in, again, to sort of support everything Commissioner Lindsay, do you have the concept of why this was split like this to begin with? This seems to be an odd configuration for not a lot. I don't see a good reason there that it was originally. I'm just wondering, I sort of much prefer this, particularly if there's any way to do this and then maintain the dedicated lanes. And I think this probably, no matter what you do, probably, causes a lot less confusion of the intersection of both the BRTs as they're coming up plus existing traffic. So do you have any idea why that split was there to begin with? Just why it makes
I don't have the full story. I know it's been that way for several decades.
It's been a long time.
I know that one of the things that we're grappling with in trying to rethink this is handling left turn movements and just the general volume of traffic here is much, much higher on Colesville Road on 29 than it is on University.
Yeah.
In the order of 60 to 70,000 AEDT on Colesville versus 20 or so, 20 to 25, 30, depending on University. So today, you can move a lot more traffic through the intersection north-south if you don't have to accommodate any left turns. And so the way you're probably aware that happens today is people take a right turn driving, then make the U-turn and come back across. In my mind, that's not ideal. But so I think that was the idea, was to try to accommodate those volumes of left turns that are not necessarily especially high, but they're crossing a high volume of southbound or northbound traffic that then all has to wait for those stops to move. So I think it is not surprisingly, a traffic-driven reason.
Reason for it. And is there, I mean, there's no possibility of putting anything like a roundabout or something in here in any of these configurations that would accommodate any of that or improve those?
Yeah, it would be a very innovative roundabout. I don't think there are examples accommodating that level of traffic.
Yeah, I just, I tend to agree just mostly with the fact that like pushing this, if you don't reconfigure this and you push the BRT into the traffic at this point, it really brings that to a screeching halt to go east-west. It just really like kills the whole idea of it as a rapid transit situation, I think, in the first place. So whatever configurations we could have that could maintain some sort of line in there, and I know, I mean, around the four corners, there's a little bit better sidewalk and pedestrian access currently. There's just narrow ones and narrow little buffer zones and stuff like that. But I think this is another situation of like really give some thought to something creative like this, closer to this, of reconfiguring that whole section of it, because to be able to maintain sort of the transit being able to go through there at the speeds that we want it to go through there, so that people in the service that we want, so that people will take it and get some of the, if we want those like 20,000, 70,000 numbers to come down, we have to have a viable alternative. Otherwise, you're just putting all this in for the sake of getting slightly worse outcomes for everybody, as opposed to what it could, potentially be.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I agree, and we can't solve it here, but that church to the east, I mean, it's a landlocked church, and people getting in and out. I mean, just throwing it out there, if somehow it's not there anymore, and you can have the lanes just like almost like you have it here, but and that lane could go, because right now that road's going into the school parking lot, right? And so if they maybe the school gets that property to the, and then to the north there is the McDonald's, and this is when I said remove the islands. That there's a McDonald's and a pizza. There's a little strip there. I think it's a McDonald's, right? If that, so the people, but I know it's a hard intersection, and but I'm just thinking really long term, and what should do there to sort of have a really positive solution long term. I know. So, but it's a hard intersection. So you continue.
Just one more thing. Do you, in this visioning, provide how pedestrians and bicyclists are going to negotiate the intersection? Do we provide that? Because right now we just have them to go along the roadway, but in North Corner, one of the difficult things is that a lot of people are moving from one side to another side. And there is no safe way to do it right now. I don't think so. You have to wait. But do we provide that in our visioning?
Yeah, that's a great question. And if I may, sorry, just to go back to Chair Harris's point for a moment, I just wanted to be very clear about the school site question, that it's illustrated that way now. This is just illustrative, and this emerging idea could also happen with the roadway curving and not moving into that site. But as you described, there's some opportunities for potentially kind of more rectangular space for development or for the school or for a variety of different purposes. But just wanted to make sure that was clear that that's not an essential part of this idea. Vice Chair Pettering, thank you for your question. That's really an important and central question to a lot of the motivation behind this, particularly this street grid idea. And so crossing the street is really key. This grid configuration provides more frequent opportunities, and so the idea is that kind of new block that's created north-south just to the west of 29 would be an additional opportunity for protected pedestrian crossing. So by having kind of these more 90-degree angles instead of the curving roadway that's there today, there would be more opportunities for pedestrians to safely cross. And also, as you can see in the sections, like a shorter crossing distance for the pedestrians to cross the street. So that's a very important consideration for pedestrian safety.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, thank you for all the great discussion of the transportation ideas. I'll turn it over to Mr. Finley to talk about sustainability ideas.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Board. I'm Steve Finley with the Mid-County Planning area. And I want to just quickly give you kind of the Reader's Digest version of the environmental sustainability approach to starting to brainstorm ideas that will help form recommendations for the plan. The process that we start out with is one that we've used really for a while, which is to begin by evaluating the existing conditions. We map the existing tree canopy, forest canopy, areas of impervious surfaces. We take a look at water quality data, and we use that as a foundation for understanding what's on the ground. Along with those tools that we've been using for a long time, a lot of them GIS-based, we also have some new tools and some new data. And the heat map that's shown on the top of this screen is one of the new data sources that we have that gives us a lot more insight into what's happening with especially issues related with climate change and increasing heat. Using these analysis tools and some others, we also are using the EJ Screen tool and the Climate Equity Index to give us information related to environmental justice issues. And so this is all guided by the guiding policy documents and laws that we refer to, that we need to respond to in our master plans, starting obviously with Thrive Montgomery 2050. The Racial Equity and Social Justice Act is an important policy law document that we have to keep in mind, and the Climate Action Plan. And we have committed through Thrive to implementing those pieces of the Climate Action Plan that are under our purview. So looking at all of these pieces of information and this guidance, that helps us to begin to develop goals and focus in on some of the key issues that we need to address. And we want to tailor those, obviously, to focus on the planning area itself and the characteristics of that area, which in this case is a major transportation corridor, and the beginning of our starting to look at how to do our corridor planning. So based on all of that background, the areas that we know we particularly want to be addressing are preserving and protecting air quality and water quality, addressing environmental justice issues. One of the new areas that we're putting a lot more focus on is protecting human health. That's one of the items in Thrive that we identified we want to be kind of expanding our look at. And obviously, climate change is affecting all of these things. And so we're looking at opportunities for greenhouse gas mitigation, for building adaptive capacity, and building resilient communities. So based on this, some of the key issues that have emerged that we want to be addressing are the impacts of extreme heat. I think the weather that we've been experiencing recently really puts a focus on that. The heat that we're starting to experience is dangerous, and that's going to happen more frequently. Another issue related particularly to human health is particulate pollution. There's been a lot more data coming out about particulate pollution, PM 2.5, and black carbon are issues in this area, and those are related to not just asthma and other pulmonary diseases, but they get into the body and into the bloodstream, cause inflammation that contributes also to heart disease and even to cardiometabolic diseases like diabetes, increased incidence of diabetes. And then water quality and flooding issues. And included in the flooding issues is one that's really emerging as a big problem with climate change, which is lot-to-lot flooding. You may have heard about that, but as opposed to, 100-year floodplains and big stream valley flooding issues, what we're experiencing now is with the much more intense rainfalls that we're getting, there's just not an opportunity for water to infiltrate or even to make its way into the storm drain systems. And so you get places where downslope of existing development, you get isolated flooding. It may only affect a couple of lots, but already talked to one citizen through our outreach who's identified that their backyard gets flooded now and didn't used to happen. And it's these just one lot flooding into another is something that we need to be addressing. So based on those key issues that we want to be addressing, we have some of our emerging sustainability ideas. I really love the heat map that shows very clearly the areas of intense heat, which are shown in the redder areas. You can also clearly see the impact of the forested stream valleys that come through there, Sligo more toward the middle, and the big Northwest Branch stream valley there to the east, and those cool blue and green areas, the impact of those forests and trees on the heat. And the areas that are showing up as the real hotspots tend to be largely institutional areas and to a certain extent commercial. It includes some of our schools, Northwood High School and Montgomery Blair and the elementary school, and as well as the parking lot at the Kemp Mill Shopping Center. So those are showing up as the hot areas. So
I totally agree with you. I was waiting you to say that. And especially the shopping centers. I didn't say that, but I do agree that Kemp Mill, I am very familiar with that shopping center. It has all of this parking lot and nothing, no cover. So I do not know, but these are private. A lot of the shopping center, I think around University Boulevard, while we're doing all of this reimagining, I think we have to also imagine some of these commercial and institutional and show something that it could be there and how it's going to change everything else. It's a great idea if we could do some of these environmental and tree cover in some of those parking lots.
Exactly. Thank you very much. I appreciate that input. So one of the first things we want to do, focusing on the transportation corridor, University Boulevard, and knowing that we're trying to make this into a more multimodal transportation spine, is that we need to do that in such a way that it protects the health of the people who are walking and biking and the people who are using the buses and waiting at the bus stops and BRT stops that we're going to have there, to protect them from the extreme heat and from the pollution impacts of the traffic. So the things that we want to be able to do is to incorporate additional tree canopy, which has been shown not only to obviously produce the shade that we want to have, but it's also been shown to actually filter some of those particulates out of the air. They're reduced concentrations of PM 2.5 and some of those other things where you have a healthy vegetation layer, especially
So I have an idea that, tree, that's the answer, okay? We know that Pope Farm in Montgomery, for Montgomery Park, they do a lot of beautiful trees, okay? Maybe we could create some kind of partnership between the Pope Farm, the Parks Department, and some of these private institute or private shopping center, and create that partnership that we could provide them some tree at some kind of incentive cost, that they create more canopy there. Something to think about. We have he's hoping your hand. I do not know if something like this is possible. We put it, in our visioning to create that we could have more trees. We need some incentive. And trees are not cheap, but if we could, I don't know if it's a possibility. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, for the record, Chuck Hines with the Department of Parks. I can investigate that for the board and get back to you at a future work session about that possibility.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Chuck. But actually getting to the trees, and not only the need for the trees, but stormwater management, one of the important things that we need to look at in the cross-section is the ability to provide the soil volume necessary to actually grow healthy tree canopies. And so, you know, the little planting pits typically create trees that are not going to be able to provide what we need. And having more soil volume would also give us an opportunity to do more with stormwater management to reduce some of that extra runoff that we're dealing with. So those things, landscape strips, incorporating those, and where we can't get trees, especially around bus stops where people are waiting, BRT stops, if we can't get the trees in, some other kind of shading feature to help protect people's health and well-being. And then kind of more broadly, to protect and increase forests and tree canopy along the road rights-of-way and on public properties. To your point about the Pope Farm and what they're able to deliver, we're also talking, Chuck and I have been talking about the parks in the area. Some of those may also have an area where we can expand tree canopy and forest canopy. And if the Pope Farm isn't providing them for the right-of-way, maybe they can at least provide them for parks to be able to help enhance the tree canopy in that area. Also, again, we want to work with Montgomery County Public Schools and the other large properties that have significant impervious cover and not a lot of tree canopy cover or shade to start to reduce those heat islands. The bottom one there is an interesting thought we've started to work with. There's a lot that we cannot do with private property, but through this process, we might be able to encourage citizens to become aware of and take advantage of things like the Rainscapes program, which is run by Montgomery County DEP. And that is one of the points we're trying to emphasize is a number of the environmental problems we're dealing with, from climate change to flooding to water quality. Those are problems that have been created by cumulative actions. It's not one person's development or one person driving their car that's created the problem. It's just the cumulative impact of all of the development and all of the cars and all of the fuel that we're burning. Addressing those problems is going to require cumulative solutions, even person by person, lot by lot, business by business, agency by agency. And so neighborhoods have an opportunity even to improve, reduce some of this lot-to-lot flooding by taking advantage of some programs like Rainscapes, which provides incentives and guidance to create rain gardens and landscaping on their property to control some of the runoff on a lot-by-lot basis. And we actually just talked with the Friends of Sligo Creek. They're very interested in this program and are looking to see an expansion of that. So we can help promote some of that through this process here, as well as promoting similar types of treatments on public properties and rights-of-way and properties that redevelop.
A couple more slides, Mr. Chairman, before we wrap. So we've done, I mentioned in May, we did an additional engagement regarding these emerging ideas. We did both in-person and virtual. We did polling. So some of the polling results are within your staff memorandum. They give you a perspective regarding what people are thinking of these emerging ideas. A lot of concerns, cyber transportation, more support regarding the limited interventions that Alex showed earlier. More concerns regarding the grid in terms of property impacts, et cetera, and there are multiple that goes along with that notion. There's also support for sort of new infill development, but that sort of is more limited in terms of people being supportive of duplexes, triplexes, and things like that. You can see that from the poll results. A little bit of concern regarding sort of flooding and concerns regarding the environment that we've heard so far. But we're getting, in addition to the work that we've done regarding workshops, the polling is another great way to use current technology to engage people who participate either in the virtual space or within the in-person meetings that we've had. This is our sort of revised schedule, so we'll be back with you to talk more regarding the right-of-way and transportation as it pertains to University Boulevard based on our conversation this morning. But we're still going to be working towards preliminary recommendations later this year. We'll do a deeper focus regarding Four Corners, with Alex leading that, as well as work from VHB that will influence our conversations when we come back to you regarding University Boulevard. So with that, that's the end of our presentations. If you have any other questions, please let us know.
Thank you for presenting. We really loved the presentation and considering with you the emerging ideas. I love how you're conceiving of and planning out the corridor. So we look forward to you coming back to talk a little bit about the transportation, a little bit that we talked about, and then as you work more on the plan, your final ideas in the fall. So thank you so much. And any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one more thing. I was going to go at the end instead of when it was early in the presentation. You had sort of where you expect there to be higher density development and where less and things like that. I would like to see in the plan more areas of higher density and multifamily development, whether it be our large-scale attainable housing that we've discussed, if something like that has passed beforehand. But there were plenty of places along the corridor and large sections around some of even the BRT stations that I think should be upzoned and should have more density allotted to them, particular. So that's the only other comment that I have on there. But if it's an attainable housing option around there, if we have that, by the time we put this out, that's great. If not, then some other sort of CRT or CRN sort of zone more broadly around it, particularly the BRT stations and along the corridor as well. That was another piece. Thanks.
Any other questions coming? No, so, and then it'd be interesting to know when you come back, if you've had discussions with like the owner of Kemp Mill or whatever, what do you think, have potential for redevelopment near term, long term, and, have you talked to the major, as in your discussions, just so we get a sense of.
I'll just answer that right now. Yes, we've spoken to Kemp Mill Shopping Center to be specific. They have no near-term or long-term redevelopment plans for the shopping center. Much of the conversations we've had with property owners up and down the corridor, if there's any change, it'll be much long-term in nature. Okay. However, Northwood Presbyterian, some of the other churches who've been going through changes regarding attendance and church attendance and things like that, or have like physical plant challenges in terms of keeping up with structures that were built in the 50s or earlier, those are properties that could potentially move in a more near-term perspective. But some of the shopping centers, like Woodmore Shopping Center, Kemp Mill, those are much more of a long-term nature.
Great. So it sounds like the churches are the more near-term opportunity.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I really appreciate it. And we will just take a 1-minute break and go to our last item of the morning, which is item 10, Montgomery County Comprehensive Water Supply and Sewage Systems Plan Proposed Category Map Amendments. So thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 10, Montgomery County Comprehensive Water Supply and Sewage Systems Plan Proposed Category Map Amendments, County Executives AD 2024-1 Administrative Amendment Group for Water Sewer Service Category Change Requests, public hearing where staff is recommending approval of transmitting comments to the county executive. This afternoon, we have Jamie Pratt with the Planning Department to take us through this item.
Yes, thank you. My notes here say good morning, but I guess I have to change that now. But at least, none of the water and sewer category discussions ever go more than an hour beyond what we've scheduled. But I understand I need to be a little quicker today. And these cases historically have been consent agenda cases because they're typically not so controversial that they create a lot of discussion. This shows where the 4 cases are today. 3 of them are in the Potomac area, that master plan, and one of them is way up near the Patuxent River. So we are here because state law requires that the planning board submit comments to the county executive for these administrative cases. And this is just an example of where we get we do our master plan reviews. We look at what the master plans say, where they think the sewer service should be provided, and water service as well, although typically that's more generally allowed throughout the county. But the sewer service is a lot bigger issue, so the master plans spend a lot more time on that issue. So the first case today is the Kirsten and Brett Quigley property in Potomac on the Corral Drive. And this one, they would like to have public sewer for an existing single-family detached house where they are constructing an accessory dwelling unit. It's an RE2 zone property in the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. You can see on the map, this red line indicates an existing sewer line in the Corral Drive adjacent to the house. And this is the Potomac Master Plan's proposed sewer envelope. And you can see the circle here, they're just outside of the planned envelope, but the master plan does allow for some of the community service outside that, consistent with the water and sewer plan. And within that is an abutting mains policy that does allow these connections if there is already a sewer line in the street adjacent to the house. And so this one qualifies under that policy. So I'll keep going, okay. All right, and this one, in the Cloverly Master Plan area is the Brian Young request for water service. And you can see on this map that there is a blue line representing an existing water line running in Batson Road. So in this case, they're not technically adjacent to the road because of an intervening property. They do have an existing easement across the corner of that property for ingress, egress, and utilities. The master plan only says that water service should be provided in this particular zone with minimal impacts to the natural resources. And this very small connection across here is a very minimal impact to the natural resources. So this one, we recommend the approval of the request. Another Potomac property here, an existing single-family house that would like to connect to the sewer service. And it is an R200 zone property in the Potomac subregion. In this case, if you look at the sewer service map, it is within the planned sewer service envelope. So there's no real controversy here with providing the request. And
so can I ask a question?
Yes.
If it is within the plan, why didn't, so the plan came after the house was built?
Yes, and a lot of these have currently are served by a septic system, but I guess because of the infrastructure that it was in place At the time of this plan, it was recognized, but Mr. Sukup has more of the history if you want a little bit more on that.
Good morning, Alan Sukup with the Department of Environmental Protection. Especially within the Potomac subregion, excuse me, there are quite a few properties that are within the planned service envelope, but developed at a time when public service was not available. And this is one of those locations. And over time, especially as property owners want to improve the properties, as they want to expand or add additional housing on the property, they find that they can't do it on the existing septic system. And so they start to pursue public sewer service.
And our final case is the applicants Joshua and Linda Levine. The packet has a mistake with the first name. It says Joseph, but it should be Joshua for the record. They would like to have public sewer service for an existing house to relieve a failed septic system. This is within the Potomac subregion plan again, and this one is in the famous Glen Hills study that so many of our prior cases have been have involved. But there are, I'm going to briefly show, there's 5 conditions for granting public sewer service in the Glen Hills study area. One of them is a documented septic system failure. They have a documented septic system failure, and therefore it meets the criteria for public sewer service. However, there was some feedback that was submitted to the board yesterday from the West Montgomery Citizens, County Citizens Association.
West Montgomery County Citizens Association.
Thank you. I was trying to remember all of the letters in that, but they don't think that the documented septic system was documented to their satisfaction. So they have submitted a request that we not approve this. However, from our perspective, we received documented system failure from DEP, and therefore the planning board, using the policies available, would recommend approval of their system.
What was the basis of their rejection of the documented failure?
Let's see. It was, we were told the DPS decision, blah, 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 because the septic tank was leaking. However, rather than recommending that the leaky septic tank be replaced, which would be the standard action according to county regulations, DPS instead recommended connection to the sewer system via a low-pressure system. Upon questioning, DPS said that this recommendation was based on pure speculation, that even if the septic tank was replaced, the soil type in this lot was not conducive to the best treatment of sewage effluent. We confirmed that no on-site soil testing was done, which would confirm this speculation. We were also told that the current septic system did not meet current standards for proper distance to the property's well, but neither DEP nor DPS could tell us how close the two were. We were also not told if there have been any health problems due to this in the past, nor that the well water was tested. And finally, we were told the current owners would have the option to simply replace the failing septic tank, which would be much less expensive than paying for a sewer line extension. We do not know if the owners were even told that this was an option.
Why the association even care what the property owner is going to do? I don't understand it. What is the reason that the community association is against connecting to a public sewer?
West Montgomery has typically been highly questioned our category change request process in this area. Although I was encouraged that the West Montgomery representative did think that we were doing a pretty good job overall since the 2002 master plan, dealing with, and the 2018 conditions for service in Glen Hills. She thought we were doing a pretty good job, except here. Dealing with septic systems is science, if you will. It should be science. You know, you should be able to test for things and find out what's going on. I prefer, instead of speculation, I prefer to call it informed understanding. We have talked with DPS staff. DPS staff were available at our public hearing yesterday when a lot of these issues were brought up. They were convinced that the soils under the septic tank at this location and under the existing seepage pits were not allowing for complete treatment of wastewater through the soil profile. They know this neighborhood, they know what the situations are. And so they offered the property owners a choice between, well, you could replace the septic tank and we'll see if the seepage pits still work. Haven't been working probably for 20 years because the tank has been leaking directly into the soil under the tank.
I'm good with DPS recommendation, really. I'm good.
So
I'm not
there-
questioning that, and I'm good with the, staff
if-
recommendation, so.
If the property owners decide that the sewer extension is too expensive, because this will be all on them, they can go back and ask for permission to replace the septic tank,
Yeah.
and then we'll see how the pits work. If they
Yeah.
need to replace the pits, they could ask to have those
I
replaced.
think that the recommendation for DPS is a good recommendation, that they have the
So
choice to do
They
that.
could go
and
back
it's
with a septic
safer.
repair if necessary,
Yes, this
if
gives
they
them,
wanted to pursue public sewer.
this gives them the option. And just
Yeah.
one, only question is, so you said that the homeowner has to pay for it. And the other, what is a low flow versus what is the normal, if it's not low flow, low, whatever you call it, low pressure, what is, or no, what are the?
A
different
low
types of-
pressure system is one that functions using a small diameter sewer pipe, probably an inch, maybe 2 inches in diameter. Each property has a grinder pump on it, which literally grinds up the sewage and pumps it out through a small diameter pipe. It's a little more expensive option because you have to have a pump on your property and use your electricity to service it and so on and so forth. But especially in an area like Glen Hills, where we don't want to put in a lot of long gravity sewers that go through stream valleys, WSSC has been willing to accept grinder pump systems as an alternative.
Great, and so if that system that this may install passes 2 other houses, so if the other 2 houses in the future wanted to have, they would have to have their own line, they could
No,
not.
they would
tie-
have to have their own pump that would connect into the existing line.
Okay, so they could have.
WSSC will require a design that accounts for at least all the properties that abut the proposed extension.
Okay, just in case they want to do it in the future.
Yep.
All good, it's here. So do I have are you, Mr. Pratt, are you done, or would you like to? have
Yeah,
the la-
so
have
we
the
are,
last word?
the action we're asking is that the planning board approve the transmission of the planning board recommendations to the county executive.
We do
Oh,
have a
that's right,
speaker.
I'm sorry. Thank you, but I'm sorry. Mr. Bauer, Kenneth Bauer, sorry, I missed you there. So you have 3 minutes to. Oh, you're representing a group, so you have 6 minutes. So you're welcome, and you're free to talk now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so good afternoon, Planning Board Chair and members. My name is Kenneth Bauer. I am representing the West Montgomery County Citizens Association. We've been reviewing category changes such as this one for years and have commented on past 10-year water and sewer plan updates. Regarding 5 Cleveland Court, the West Montgomery Citizens Association objects to the granting of an administrative sewer category change from S6 to S3. The reason that the Glen Hill area was designated low density with septic systems was to protect its watershed, which drains into the Potomac River directly above the intake to the Potomac River filtration plant for drinking water. Least you think that septic systems are bad and that WSSC sewer system is better for the environment than septic systems. In 6 of the last 9 years, WSSC sewer lines spilled more than 1 million gallons of raw sewage in each of those 6 years. And Two instances were spills of over 5 million gallons, and one was over 9 million gallons. DEP held a hearing yesterday with the interested parties. We were told that the decision to recommend this category change was due to DPS's determination that the septic tank was leaking. However, rather than recommending that the leaky septic tank be replaced, which would be the standard action according to county regulations, and this is a little bit of repetition from what the gentleman was reading from, DPS instead recommended and DEP concurred with a connection to the sewer system via the low pressure sewer main extension. We are not opposed to category changes when warranted. However, for a property like this that does not have an abutting main, category changes are only allowed by county code when there is a permanent, irreparable failure of a septic system with either no ability to repair it or to install a new septic system field. Yesterday, upon questioning DPS as to why their recommendation was not to replace the leaking septic tank, it was clear that the DPS recommendation was based on pure speculation, even if the septic tank was replaced, the soil type of this lot, according to DPS, may not be conducive to the best treatment of sewage effluent. DPS basically admitted this was pure speculation on their part because they had no factual information to support this claim. DPS said that no on-site soil testing was done, which would confirm this speculation. Decisions should be based on factual information, not guesswork. This is exactly the same pattern that DEP followed after they paid $175,000 for a consultant study called the Glen Hills Septic System Survey. DEP promptly ignored the specific recommendations of the expert that each lot needed to have a soil test. DEP never did soil tests and instead ignored the county code and water and sewer plan by recommending sewer category changes to properties with perfectly functioning septic systems. This is all documented in the public record. Now, the very same DEP and DPS people are recommending this category change today without any factual basis for doing so and in clear violation of the county code, which says that for a property such as this, outside the planned sewer envelope and without an abutting main, so the system must be repaired if at all possible. It is common sense and the law that the leaking septic system should be replaced instead of recommending counter to county code, a fabulously expensive and unnecessary 500-foot sewer line extension that the homeowner would have to pay for. We were also told, and this is in the packet, that the current septic system is less than 100 feet to the existing well, but this is a red herring. This is current standard, but there's no requirement for a repaired system to be brought to current code. And quite surprisingly, neither DEP or DPS could tell us exactly how close the well and septic system are to each other. In fact, the well is in the front yard, uphill from the septic system, which is in the backyard. These systems were built 60 years ago, and neither DEP nor DPS said that there have ever been any health problems due to this in the past, nor that the well water was recently tested for contamination, which would be a common sense action to take. Finally, yesterday when DEP was asked if the owner could change their mind and opt to simply replace the failing septic tank, which would be a much less expensive option than paying for the sewer line extension, DEP answered in the affirmative. However, for a property such as this, which is outside the planned sewer envelope and not on an abutting main, by law, there is no option for a homeowner. They don't get to choose. If the system is repairable, that is the only legal option. Therefore, we request that the administrative sewer category change from S6 to S3 be rejected for 5 Cleveland Court. Otherwise, this would be a violation of the county code and the 2022 water and sewer plan. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So, board members, the DEP gave its approval to do it, and you are also giving your approval. I mean, you've signed off on it. There was a public hearing, correct, yesterday?
I will let DPS stand on its decision that this is a failed system.
Right.
Part of the difficulty we get into here with these kinds of failures, and the septic tank has failed, there's no question about that. Do we require the property owner to pursue actions that are going to cost them something, only to find out that that was in vain, or that they still have to do more on their property to make the septic system work, if it can. DPS gave the property owners a choice. Do you want to pursue public sewer, or do you want to try to repair the system? Or replace the system, essentially, in this case. The owners indicated that they wanted to try public sewer. They may not have understood the entire cost implication of what extending public sewer is going to be. And we have already asked WSSC to expedite the review of their request for public sewer service. We don't necessarily want to see an additional sewer main extension put into the Glen Hills area. But our understanding from discussing the issue with DPS is that that well may be necessary to allow this function, as home to function, without having to put in a holding tank.
Okay, great. So I'm fine with moving on with the motion to approve the requested 4-category change requests and submit the comments to the county executive. I think in the last case, it's to give the homeowner the right in case they want to move forward with the sewer, so they can get. So, is there a motion for approval?
Yeah, I motion, move that we approve and transmit the comments to the county executive and approve the changes for all 4.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a lunch break, and we'll be back at 12:50. Thank you.
I'll turn it over to Ms. Beck to walk through the school's recommendation.
Okay, for the record, this is Jesus Beck, Countywide Planning and Policy. So the one remaining recommendation under the school side of the policy is the stacked flat classification issue, which in the public hearing draft, staff had recommended to reclassify as stacked flats and similar housing unit types as single family attached units instead of the current classification as multifamily low-rise units. Next slide, please. The reasoning behind that was, as you can see on the table here, the student generation rates of stacked flats are considerably higher than the typical multifamily low-rise units. In turnover impact areas especially, they're almost as high as single-family units. And then there's also a consistency issue with how these stacked flats are being codified by zoning standards and SSTAT property records and our development review process. They are currently considered multifamily, but DPS staff has stated that they're recognizing stacked flats as single-family attached units and have been charging the impact tax rates for single-family units accordingly. However, during the public hearing, we have heard major concerns that this reclassification will, excuse me, increase the impact tax rate for stacked flats, and backing by a statement that there have been stacked flats being charged the lower multifamily low-rise rates. So the increase would ultimately stall the construction of future stacked flats. Next slide, please. So staff was actually able to verify that there were cases where stacked flats were treated as multifamily low-rise and assessed impact tax rates at that rate, as shown here as an example. So this does validate the concern that reclassifying stacked flats may hurt the future development potential of these types of units. And on top of that, planning staff will note that we'll proceed, however we proceed with this recommendation, we'll work with DPS to ensure that their practice is consistent with our policy. So going on to the next slide. So now going back to the drawing board, this is a slide that we had presented to the board, suggesting 3 different options of how to classify stacked flats. Option A is, as we had recommended, to reclassify stacked flats as single-family attached units. This will ultimately increase the student generation rate and impact tax rates for stacked flats, but at the same time, it will decrease the multifamily low-rise units to what is more reflective of their true student generation rates. Option B would be the status quo, maintaining the current classification of stacked flats as multifamily low-rise units. This will inflate, as it already is, the multifamily low-rise student generation rates and impact tax rates because stacked flats are raising those rates. And then option C would be a third option to create an additional housing type category for stacked flats and similar units that we expect to keep seeing from the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative. The one concern that staff has here is that due to the low record count of these units in each impact area, since we have to do this calculations separately, the student generation rates and ultimately the impact tax rates may fluctuate considerably at every biannual recalculation, especially if there's a outlying project that comes in and swings the whole rate up or down. So next slide. So at the previous work session for the first schools work session, the board had requested to see more on the actual impact on impact tax rates that each option would have. So the table here on top excuse me, shows those impact tax rates for each option. And an easy way to, I guess, compare and understand is looking at option B, which again is the status quo option in terms of classification. The impact tax rates are recalculated for what we have with the recommendations so far. This, again, the actual numbers might change depending on how our recommendations are approved by the board, but just comparing from one side to the other gives us an idea of how each option would impact the rates relatively. So when we look at the stacked flats rate, stacked flats for option B and compare it to option A, we could see that it is more than double the rate if we reclassify stacked flats to single-family attached units. But at the same time, when we look at the rates for multifamily low-rise and single-family attached, those numbers will come down when we reclassify to option A. When we classify stacked flats as options as their own in option C, we could see that the rates are somewhat comfortably in between multifamily low-rise and single-family attached units. And to understand the number of units behind these counts, if you look at option C on the table at the bottom, you can see how many units that are being counted in each category when we separate them all out. So the stacked flats in infill impact areas are about 1,800 units, and depending on which way we classify them, in option A, those 1,861 units are included, added to the near 14,000 single-family attached units, so it's counting as near 16,000 units. In option B, those 1,860 units are added to the multifamily low-rise units and coming out as 10,600 units. So that's how these rates have been calculated, pulling them in one side or the other. Okay,
Yeah.
so what?
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
With that being said, staff is now suggesting that the recommendation be revised to the status quo option B so that the lower impact tax rates can incentivize more of the stacked flat type units to be built.
Okay. So I'm fine with that. If it's just, though, could the same thing be, have them have their own category but charge them multifamily low-rise rate? You can't do that? So you can lease, identify those, keep identifying them, and this is just to, they are stacked flats, right? You know, and you'll track the number, but because we're trying to incentivize housing, is that just?
So what we can do is, we can keep track of these units, and Ms. Beck does. For every 2 years, she updates the student generation rates. The student generation rates, do kind of set the impact taxes, so we can't have, a separate category and then charge different category.
Okay.
So what we could do is, we update this every 4 years.
Right.
We have a biannual update every 2 years for impact taxes. We can certainly monitor, we will for the attainable housing strategies too, and kind of see how it's going, how many of these are getting built. Does it make sense to pull them out in the next update?
Right.
So we can do that, but I think for right now, the cleanest thing to do is keep them as multifamily low-rise. There's precedent there. For zoning and SSAT purposes, they're already classified as multifamily low-rise, and we can work with DPS to codify this so they have clarity on the issue too.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I support that. I
Okay,
mean, that's
so-
my preference, is
okay,
multifamily
so-
low-rise.
You're good. We are
Darcy?
good with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Bartley, thumbs up, thumbs down, where are you? Okay. Okay, all right, you're trying to fool us there, okay, great.
Okay, now we're going to move over to transportation topics. For the record, I'm Darcy Buckley with Countywide Planning and Policy. So for the first recommendation today, we're introducing a new recommendation, recommendation 3.19. And this is to retain the current boundaries of the White Oak Local Area Transportation Improvement Program, or LATIP area. As you'll all recall, the public hearing draft of the GIP proposes splitting the existing White Oak area into two separate areas, downtown White Oak and White Oak, to better reflect the master plan vision for the area. The existing White Oak policy area is the dashed red line on this map, and the proposed new downtown White Oak area is the dotted green, and the dotted blue is what the new boundaries of the White Oak policy area would be. This causes a slight problem because the White Oak policy area pro rata share process, which is the White Oak LATIP process, says the planning board may approve of the subdivision in the White Oak policy area conditioned on the applicant paying a fee that is commensurate to the applicant's proportion of the cost of the local area transportation improvement program. So it's set up based on the White Oak policy area boundaries. In making this policy area change, we don't intend to affect the LATIP program. And so we are reconciling this issue by defining a geographic area called the White Oak LATIP area, which would use the same extents as the existing White Oak policy area. So there's a map here of two areas. The maps are the same. One is the existing White Oak policy area. One is the proposed White Oak LATIP area. And as part of this recommendation, we would also revise part of the GIP text itself to reflect this new geography. You can see here in the text edits that we've crossed out where it says White Oak policy area and changed it to refer to the White Oak LATIP area. Do we have any questions about this one?
Yeah, if you go back to your previous map, so go back one more. Yeah, so what about this piece that happens outside of the, if there's work or there's the developments outside the red area, they do not have to, if they're quote unquote out of the LATIP area, they don't have to pay a cost?
No, yes, so they go through the LATR process instead.
I see.
So, for example.
Okay, so if they're out of that where you have point to downtown White Oak policy area, if something happens in that area there, it doesn't have to, it just pays LATR, not this other fee. Okay, great, thank you.
Correct.
Thanks for that explanation. Board members, I'm good. We're good.
with this.
Okay.
Okay, great,
Mr. Bartley?
thank you.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
So this next recommendation isn't one that was in the staff report because it came up after we had posted the staff report. But as you'll all recall, the GIP establishes the boundaries of policy areas and designates them as either red, orange, yellow, and green for transportation purposes, and as either infill or turnover for school purposes. We received a testimony from Steve Robbins and Liz Rogers of Lurch, Early, and Brewer, suggesting that we expand the Glenmont policy area, which is a red infill area, southward to include the Glenmont Forest site. Mr. Robbins and Ms. Rogers reasoned that the red infill designations better reflect the master plan vision for the area and would ensure that this property is treated similarly to the surrounding properties nearby it. They also note that the site is designated as a town center like the rest of Glenmont, in that it is within half a mile of the Metro Rail station. Planning staff supports expanding the Glenmont policy area in this way to include this site as well as other similar ones. But consistency is really important to us. So we went and looked at all of the red policy areas, and we identified 4 additional policy areas where a downtown or town center extends beyond the current boundary of the policy area, specifically Shady Grove, Silver Spring, Central Business District, Twin Brook, and Woodside. And I have maps and we can walk through all of them in a moment. But I want to note that staff recommends modifying the boundaries to align with the pedestrian master plan area boundaries. But we do want to note that this change would likely reduce future transportation and school impact tax revenue, as well as UPP payments, because it would be turning portions of orange areas would be being consumed by red areas, which have a lower tax rate. And that it would also require the recalculation of the school impact area classification data. We don't expect major changes to come of this, but it's something we do before we go to council. We would rerun the model.
Yeah.
So first is the Glenmont policy area. The black boundary along Randolph Road and Lay Hill Road is the current boundary of the policy area. The red line are the proposed new boundaries for this area. By extending it eastward and southward, it extends to a few extra commercial properties, including the Glenmont Forest site, which is the southernmost property. And this boundary aligns with the boundary that is in the master plan area. The next one is the Shady Grove policy area. Again, similarly, the black lines are the current boundary, and you can see where it's extended on the red line. Again, it just expands slightly to cover more commercial properties and align with the pedestrian master plan. The Silver Spring CBD policy area extends slightly in the north and as well as in the south here. And the Twin Brook policy area likewise would be expanded to cover more commercial properties. And last but not least, the Woodside policy area would just expand slightly to the west.
Darcy, could you explain again what was your criteria to expanding these areas? What did you look at that you decided these areas need to be added?
Sure. So I have a set of alternate maps that I'm gonna pull up. So the first one here you can see is the Glenmont policy area. So the red is the current policy area boundaries. The purple is what the pedestrian master plan identified as the town center. And these dotted lines are the half-mile transit station buffer. So we looked at both at the pedestrian master plan boundaries as well as the half-mile transit station buffer. When red policy areas were originally created many years ago, most of them were based on the idea of this half-mile buffer. That's kind of changed over time, but it's something that we thought would be appropriate to look at in terms. So for our recommendation for the Glenmont policy area is to expand it to cover the rest of this town center area so that the properties in the Glenmont town center are treated equally as other town center properties.
So you're saying, or you're just saying the definition hasn't changed, but if you go back and look at these 5 areas, they meet the original definition of what a red policy area is. Is that what you?
Yes, they meet the original. Yes.
Okay. So all right. So yeah. So it's. Thank you. Okay.
So the whole town center now, for all of these 5 areas, it is included within the red policy area. So that's what you looked for to include it, the town center boundaries.
Yes.
Got it.
If they were in.
Haley Peckett, Montgomery County DOT for the record. So we actually understand and are supportive of this. We are collaborating with planning in terms of the pedestrian master plan, and I wasn't here for this, but my colleague shared with me. I just want to make two distinctions. One is between downtown and town center. So originally, when we thought about downtowns, those were imagined as the red policy areas. I think that's consistent here. And town centers were originally thought of as the non-red policy areas, but I think in these maps, there's a couple of exceptions. In the case of Glenmont, I think in Shady Grove, they're so close to the metro, that makes sense. But we would want to state that other town centers should not be thought of as automatically included in red policy areas in the future. We would want to make sure that future decisions about policy areas include both land use and transportation. So we'd only want to extend this type of as long as there's transportation to support it. And then again, we'd echo Darcy's note that there will be impact tax recommendations, which we've commented on previously.
Right. What was the first, didn't hear the something and transport, what would you say?
Land use and,
Land
so
use.
the town centers and downtowns were very focused on land use.
Right.
As opposed to transportation, whereas the policy areas really need that transportation to support it since we're not able to fund as many transportation improvements there.
I appreciate that distinction, and I just wanted to quickly add on to that, is that that's why we looked at the buffer for these as well, to ensure that we were taking the transportation, we were looking at transportation for these as well.
So are you going to explain Shady Grove, how you did it? Because Derwood is included in the red policy, so, but it's not in the downtown center.
So I can, I just want to, I just wanted to note that I think this one, oh, sorry, I know what it is. The red is the existing red policy area. And this is the transit buffer, and we did extend it slightly to this side. We've extended it in the other map to cover this little portion up here. Oh, you can't see where I'm pointing. This portion up here. But this was the existing red policy area boundary, and we have left that intact.
Essentially, what we're saying here is where we have a red policy, an existing red policy area that is within a town center area. If that town center area that the council has identified, right, extends beyond the red policy area, we want to go ahead and include that part that extends beyond it so that it's all treated the same.
Or it is or isn't within a half mile of a transit station.
Correct.
I see.
Do we know, for the sake of DOT, what is the impact in the less money coming? Is it going to be big, small? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have numbers because we just found out about this yesterday, so we haven't had time to calculate yet. But we certainly know that there would be an impact. I think it depends how much development comes here, but we could work on that for the future. We just didn't have that for today.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, thank you.
And just to add, the council, there will be a fiscal impact done for this when we get to the council level, as there always is. So we will understand the full fiscal impact.
And I would just note also that even when those fiscal impacts are completed, they don't capture the full economic impact, right, in terms of time saved, resources saved in the process of not having to do a motor vehicle study and getting, projects approved quicker necessarily as well.
Yeah, it's just that I'm all for it. As long as that we know that addition of these areas is where we want to encourage the development to come. And this is another way that we are incentivizing the development. So I'm all for it. My question asking is just to understanding that.
Yes, and I don't know if that was a question, but these are all areas where we want to encourage.
It was not a
we
question.
Very much want to
Yeah.
encourage development. Okay. Okay, so if we're good with this, we can move on to impact taxes.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea.
I'll let Lisa lead this section.
Thanks, Darcy. Can you go to the next slide, please? So we want to revisit recommendation 4.1, which is the calculation of school impact taxes. Our original recommendation is that with the recommended continued use of utilization premium payments for schools identified as overcrowded, that we would keep the calculation of impact taxes at the cost of 100% of cost of a seat. If you can go to the next slide. We received testimony from Miles and Stockbridge that noted that MCPS receives funding from the state for construction costs associated with a student seat, thereby lowering the cost to MCPS. Therefore, impact taxes should be recalibrated to reflect the actual cost to MCPS given the state aid. Next slide. And so I want to thank Ms. Beck and Ms. Prendergast. They dug through the CIP to figure out the funding sources for how much state aid MCPS is getting, and it turns out it's about 30%. So the fiscal year 24 breakdown of the MCPS individual school CIP projects funding by source shows that state aid was assumed for about 30% of the approved capital budget for individual projects. So what we did for the next year is we kind of took a backward look to see how this would affect how this would have affected the previous biennial update. So I'm going to walk through this chart. It's a little complicated, so please stop me if you have any questions. So for the fiscal year 2024-2025 impact tax rate period, which is currently into effect, the accompanying chart compares is, so we have that first column in black, which was the 2022 to 2023 rate. And then we took that raw calculation of what that impact tax increase would have been, just assuming that the standard way of calculating impact taxes was continued. And then the next column, we took that 30% adjustment and said, okay, but what if we calculated 70% of the cost of the seat with that 30% discount? And you could see that it's a pretty significant drop in impact taxes. In all cases, it's less than the approved rate. And I want to be clear that the approved rate had a 20% cap on it. You may remember we've talked about it previously, but last year there was a cap and carryover system. You want to get your question?
Cap was just for 1 year. That's what I couldn't understand, why you even bring in the cap, because eventually they have to pay. They cap it for 1 year, 20, and then left over, it's supposed to be paid in the future years.
So let me back up and explain the cap and carryover system. So if you look at the raw calculation, you can see the biannual update, there was pretty dramatic increases in impact taxes based on increased student generation rates coming out of mostly multifamily, high-rise, and the turnover areas. And so the council, to adjust for those higher than usual impacts, they implemented a cap and carryover system where they capped it at 20%, but that additional amount would be carried over to the next biannual update. What this chart is showing is that the cap and carryover system with the 30% state aid is not needed in any of the cases except for multifamily, high-rise, and the turnover areas. So this is, and going to the next slide, I spelled this out a little bit more. So if at the time of calculating the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 impact tax rates, the 30% state aid adjustment had been applied to the school construction costs, the 20% cap would not have been necessary for all housing units and impact area types except for multifamily, high-rise, and turnover impact areas. And then this just kind of, speaks to what that chart was showing. We know so if we go to the next slide, I also want to speak a little bit about what including the state aid would do to other parts of this policy. So as we know, we've talked about it, utilization premium payments are that fees paid by applicants for residential building permits as a condition of preliminary plan approval in service areas determined to exceed certain adequacy levels. And the fee is, the utilization premium payment fee is calculated by applying the appropriate UPP factor for each school level, which is determined by the adequacy status of the school service area to the undiscounted and unexempt impact tax rate. So because the UPPs are a percentage on top of your impact fees, if impact taxes go down, UPPs go down. So if the cost of the seat calculation goes down and impact taxes are reduced, again, the UPP payments will also be reduced. So I just want to make that clear. And with that, on the next slide, we are recommending to modify the calculation of the standard school impact tax rate to reflect the true per student cost of school construction to the county. We would do this by adjusting the rates to account for the portion of funding for the school capacity projects in the adopted 6-year CIP attributed to state aid. I do want to be clear, MCPS, we told them about this recommendation, they are not supportive of it. But this is staff's recommendation. We think that is appropriate and fair given the amount of state aid.
I do agree. I think that that makes sense to do that. So I support the staff recommendation. Does make sense.
Well, also, as the board has been talking about, we have a housing crisis. We want to incentivize developers to build more housing. This is one small piece in potentially lowering the rate and showing that we want more housing. So with high interest rates, high construction costs, the fees just keep layering on. So I'm supportive of this.
The nice thing about this is we're not saying put in a 30%. We're saying each time we update them, we'll check to see what portion of the school's CIP capital projects are funded by state aid, and it would be adjusted by that. So if in the future state aid goes down to only 10% of the capital budget, then that would be reflected in the impact taxes as well.
So you look at it on a yearly basis or every other basis, every other year?
Every other year.
Any other questions?
Yep. Mr. Bartley.
You're on mute.
Yeah, you're on mute. Do you have any questions, comments, or?
I have no questions or comments. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So the next recommendation isn't really a recommendation. It's just a discussion of the implications of this recommendations on other policy discussions or policy determinations we've made. So last work session, the board agreed to offer a 50% transportation and school impact tax discount for single-family attached and detached units that are 1,800 square feet or smaller. Next slide. That's just what I said. Sorry. Forgot I had that slide. This has implications, as you may recall just a couple of minutes ago, the stacked flats are now being classified as multifamily low-rise. That means that they would not be eligible for that small home discount. However, multifamily low-rise rates, impact taxes, are already lower than single-family attached, even with the 50% discount. But I just wanted to bring this up to the board to let them know that this is what would happen. Okay. Next slide. All right. And then I'll turn over to Ms. Buckley.
Hi, Darcy Buckley again. So this is recommendation 4.8 regarding the transportation impact tax credit. As I'm sure you recall, that the county code permits developers to receive transportation impact tax credits for constructing certain types of improvements on our roadways. And we had recommended, and the board had supported, to update the county code to provide more clarity and also to allow for credit for improvements along state roadways, which are currently explicitly disallowed. During the planning board work session, we discussed this, and staff was going to revisit the topic at a future work session with specific changes to the code. We met with MCDOT staff on June 25th to review potential code revisions. And this was a very productive conversation. Although, we still don't staff has disagreements on credits for state road impacts. MCDOT has generally agreed with the rationale behind many of the changes we are proposing. However, as they are the ones who implement this section of the code, they voice some concerns about potential legal ramifications about some of the changes we are proposing, particularly the ones that were made for clarity purposes, and they requested more time to work in partnership with planning staff to make these revisions. They noted that because the executive branch implements Chapter 52, they also need to defend any challenges in court, and they want to make sure they be able to do that. So with that in mind, planning staff is very, very amenable to that. So we're recommending that that the planning board goes ahead and submits the proposed code change that would allow credits for improvements along the state roadways, and to submit that along with the packet that we'll send to county council. But then also to revise the recommendation instead to say that we'll form a working group with staff from Montgomery Planning and the executive branch to propose further modifications to this section of the county code. And this would happen concurrent with the county council's GIP review. And those revisions would focus on converting the code so that it uses the new complete streets classifications, that it has more clarity on the types of creditable infrastructure, and that we're using clear and transparent language.
We're supportive.
You want to have some?
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate, I think the one thing I would offer as a clarification to what Darcy said is that it's very important that our legal team is part of these revisions. So very happy to collaborate with planning and especially the developers and understand what parts need clarity in general agreement, that those might be areas of improvement, but I think we'd really need to talk more to lawyers, which we have not yet had time to do, to understand if any of these revisions are actually feasible and defensible.
So I would assume, and the executive branch planning, including attorneys. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I would assume that this language implies including attorneys and whatever.
Sure.
Or unless you, yes, we'll go on the record saying yes. Is that what,
that is fine, yes. We want to make the executive branch including attorneys. Like, I feel like they would want to have the final say in terms of what is recommended to move forward.
Well, in terms of what's recommended, this is your recommendation.
Yeah,
So
right.
your recommendation to the county council, and then, how, this plays out and what ultimately the council adopts would be as a result of additional feedback that they receive. So,
Yeah. I'm just saying, this implies, right, that it wouldn't move forward unless it's legal.
Right. With this working group, each agency could decide who would be the appropriate people to participate in the conversation.
And the recommendation is still to submit the changes to the code along with this. The working group is how to implement that and make sure that the language meets what we're recommending Yeah, that's fine.
I would just add that we want to look at the code and the regulations, because once we hear more from developers and talk more planning about what the points of confusion are, it may make sense to update the code. It might be something that can be done through the regulations as well.
So just to be clear, the change to the code that the planning board would transmit would be the first bullet, allowing credits for improvements on state roadways. We would then have this second recommendation that sort of identifies the intent of changes to Chapter 52 to use language consistent with the complete streets classifications, credible infrastructure, and clear and transparent language. We would not be proposing that language to be transmitted to the council at this time.
I think the Vice Chair asked, give an example of a change to the code, just for our.
So one thing that we were talking about was either different types of credits or what would be eligible for the credit. So one thing that was proposed was, should there be bike racks eligible for credit? Another was using road classifications as opposed to, I guess, just broader language on the type of road and the number of residential developments that a road accessed as to whether it is providing regional capacity and is appropriate for credit.
Is that what your thought is?
So I think also one of the issues with the code today is that the way that it states things, it's unclear as to, you kind of have to put 8 definitions together to figure out what is actually eligible. And at times when you read it, it seems as though it's conflicting. So there are edits that could be made that could clarify this, but then I think MCDOT had questions about whether, by striking if there would be, bigger implications than we thought about striking certain lines in order to make it more clear, whether there could be larger legal ramifications.
I mean, and not to harp on this, but this just sounds like best practices for rewriting regulations. I mean, that's fine.
Yes.
I don't want to make sure that we don't have language that's bad, but I do want to make sure that our recommendation is that you should get credit for the, what you build along a road, doesn't matter if it's a state road or a county road. And other than that, the language, best practice, that's fine. I don't want any of that.
Okay. We can move on. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to jump into just next steps. This was our 5th work session. We are planning to return to the board on July 18th with track changes and final edits, with the goal of having the board approve the planning board draft and draft resolution by July 25th, so that it can be transmitted as required by code on or before August 1st. And that's our presentation for today.
Great. I'm glad we have went over those key items today, and the next session will be just going through a red line. So thank you very much.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
I am really pleased to see all of these changes that we are making. I believe that the planning staff, they're doing a wonderful job to listen and to accommodate, many of the changes that we wanted to happen, that we could get more development. We hopefully that encourage that we get more housing to come, and that's the goal. I hope all of the people that they hear us and they say that we are more difficult and more expensive, they could look at all of these changes that we are making. And hopefully those kind of things come to an end. Thank you for all the work that you guys have been doing. I'm really pleased to see that. One of the goals that I was here to make sure that we streamline and we make it easier for Montgomery County to encourage development and encourage housing. And you guys are achieving it. Thank you for all the good work that you guys are doing. Thanks.
I second all of that. Thanks for everything you're doing. A lot of these recommendations, as you talked about originally, they're sort of tweaking kind of on the margin of things. Cumulatively, it feels like there's the potential to have a pretty significant impact through this round of updates, which is really encouraging. And it's also encouraging to hear that with the changes that you're now recommending around impact taxes and kind of deducting the state contribution from how that's calculated. That's it has sort of downstream implications for UPPs, and there's sort of this kind of mutually supportive benefit associated with that, which is great. And I just wanted to explore one additional question with UPPs and with the larger idea behind this question is that through these updates, as we've talked about, we're trying to find kind of margins here and there that we can tweak, still fulfill the intent of the obligation behind adequate public facilities, but within that context, continue to pursue our North Star, which is accelerating more housing, doing it in a more compact way, and on and on and on. And so to that end, because as we've talked about, UPP's relatively small contribution to the school's capital budget. There's a significant lag time between when they're assessed and often when they're collected, when they pull the building permit, which can, in theory, complicate the project planning and to what extent this money is actually helpful for the individual school districts or schools themselves. And also, as we've seen with this recent round of school tests, some of the schools fall within our growth corridors, or at least sort of are nearby our growth corridors. And as we move forward with attainable housing and the corridor of focused growth and these typologies that we're going to talk about more and more, we wouldn't want to create any sort of speed limiters around these corridors. And UPPs, although they're sort of a margin, they're obviously they're a surcharge. They're not doubling or tripling the impact tax rate, but they're in a small addition. It seems like there could be some opportunities for further reducing the surcharge with UPPs, and or at least the impact of them. For developers, in some situations, it could have a significant impact on for example, their upfront financing. It can impact the project feasibility for a relatively small kind of community benefit. So I'm just curious to hear any thoughts you have on the possibility of changing some of the surge charge rates, or maybe the adequacy ceiling levels, or anything else, any other ideas that you have to just continue to try to sort of create those margins that we're talking about, to create more opportunities for housing in these areas.
I can start. So, just to give a little background, the utilization premium payments were put into place in lieu of the moratorium, which was, getting rid of that was a pretty significant contribution, success of the last growth and infrastructure policy. I think, certainly we can look on the edges to see if there's, ways to, around the edges, see if there's ways to look at, reducing, whether it's the percentage charge or, the seat thresholds. But I think it is an important policy that we keep, just because, it hasn't been in place that long. It's only been 4 years, and I think that, it was a huge success using that as a way to, get rid of the moratorium. So, but we can certainly look at different ways around the edges and come back when we discuss track changes.
And that's a really good point, because I think we all really appreciate and respect the role that it's played to that end. The moratoriums in the past, that's a great thing. This is a really sophisticated way of being highly nuanced with where these go.
Right.
And I think it's an incredibly smart methodology, and I think that's to your point. It's sort of played a really effective role because of that. My question is less about getting rid of it. I don't have any interest in getting rid of it, but I think if we can functionally create a slightly modified UPP policy that, again, sort of serves that intent, it serves that purpose of still having an adequate public facilities policy in place that does its job in evaluating whether or not there are facilities to support this growth, which I think we all agree that there are, and it shouldn't be a barrier. But functionally, it doesn't create additional obstacles. So again, just sort of like around the margins, but not kind of completely setting it aside.
Let us work together behind the scenes and kind of come up with some options. I think that, and we'll work together and see if we can figure out something around the edges.
So can I just add something to it? You know where I'm standing. He says that he doesn't want to get rid of it. I say that if I still have not figured out that, well, we had the moratorium, I understand that. But to remove that, we created the UPP, and that is to make sure that we have adequate schools there. But then we created, it's this, process that it's, in my opinion, a little bit difficult, because you have to do all the school tests every year and then calculate. It's a little bit, time-consuming and also complicated process to calculate. I'm just wondering that if you, when you're looking at it, if there is a way that we just can, add it, this is an additional fee that it's being introduced. Is there any way that this could be included maybe in school impact tax or something else, that we don't have an additional fee to calculate for schools? Just make it simplify and easier. That's the question.
So I'll try to address that first. If we were to somehow modify the impact taxes to reflect that need to determine adequacy, we would have to run some sort of calculation to figure out how we're going to modify the impact tax in situations where schools are a particular level of capacity, right? So in essence, that's what we do with, we're doing what you're kind of proposing. We just call it that additional fee that they pay, we call utilization premium payment, and we can point to that as, that is how we can determine adequacy for a project with regard to schools. Because unlike in transportation, we may say, okay, in order to achieve adequacy, you need to provide this bike lane, or you need to make this, add this right turn lane, or whatever it might be. We try to stay away from the actual vehicle roads, vehicle lanes, but they can make an actual capital contribution to the infrastructure. Whereas in schools, we don't ask them to build a wall for a future addition that may come, at some point. They contribute by the funds. So, it's important that we keep that distinction from the impact taxes. And I would generally be reluctant to make any further modifications to the UPPs. In part, when we're talking in the community about attainable housing, one of the things that we hear on a regular basis is, how are you going to handle the impact on schools? Mm-hmm. And our response is always, we have a policy, the growth and infrastructure policy, that addresses that. And specifically, if this duplex or triplex or quadplex or small apartment building is going to be built in an area that is projected to be over capacity, mm-hmm. they're going to have to pay the utilization premium payments. And if we then come back and say, but we're going to cut those dramatically in the same areas that we are, or not dramatically, but we're going to cut them further in areas where we're trying to achieve this, it kind of weakens our response in some way to the concern that we're hearing from communities. And further, the corridors where we talk about the higher densities, that's where we might see the small apartment buildings or other larger multifamily units. A lot of them are already in areas that are infill, which have the lower impact tax rates and therefore the lower UPPs. Mm-hmm. And a lot of them are also, they're going to be classified as multifamily, which have pretty dramatically low per unit impact taxes and therefore really low UPPs. The other thing I would say also that we're seeing, and I can't recall if the trend continued this year, so maybe Ms. Beck can confirm this or not for me, but we've seen over the years fewer and fewer school areas actually qualifying for UPPs, as a sign that, MCPS is taking care of what they need to take care of in terms of enrollment. Now, actually, can we show, do we have other maps? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Darcy, can you pull up the maps that?
Which map are you looking for?
After the last slide that we showed,
you're muted.
So after the last slide that we showed that said thank you, there were the school utilization rate maps.
So I just wanted to show these actually. This was, I guess it was last week, we did the annual school test, and one of the things, and the school utilization report that Ms. Beck showed, those bar charts that showing you the different percentages of schools at the elementary, middle, and high school level that fall into different groups of utilization. She then has subsequently mapped that, and I think these maps would be really helpful to include in future utilization reports, but I thought that this would be helpful to show. So you can see here that the darkest blue, which we don't have in this particular case, is where the utilization rate is under 75%. blue is still underutilized at 75 to 90%. And then when you get to green and yellow, those are more level. Orange and red is where the schools are overutilized. And this is for the school year that just finished. So you can see where that distribution occurs geographically and how they occur adjacent to each other. And I think these are helpful maps for folks like MCPS and the County Council to see and observe in making capital project decisions going forward to understand where capacity exists and where it doesn't. This is projected, so this is high school 4 years out, 5 years out. And this is middle school. You can see we've got a lot of excess capacity in middle schools. And then projected, and then the last one is the elementary schools is kind of the most.
Yeah, that's really good to see. Yeah, that gives, yeah, thank you.
This doesn't fully get to, I just wanted to make sure we shared these with you, just kind of give you a sense of what we're looking at.
And the geographic look at these different utilization rates, not only today, but projected 6 years into the future at the end of the 6-year CIP. This is really helpful, and I think it also, it's good to know that these will be included in future reports. But I also think that the school test and the report that comes with it, it's incredible information that I think could also be helpful with communicating to the community when they have these concerns. Because what triggered this recent thought with at least some of us was that we're looking into a 6-year period of time, the end of this coming decade, when across the board we're going to have excess capacity, with the exception of very few schools. But cumulatively, elementary school, cumulatively middle school, and then high school, we have almost 12,000 seats that we're expecting to be open. And it speaks to an environment that is dramatically different than an environment 10 years ago. And it doesn't mean we don't need an APF. We need an APF. It doesn't mean we don't need UPPs as a policy because of what it's allowed us to do and sort of the way that it's nuanced and tries to target the specific areas that we're looking at. But I think it speaks to the potential of continuing to refine in a little bit of a downward direction some of these areas. And if communities have concerns, we're not the only people that they. So I mean, certainly, the concerns are in their mind inseparable from some of the work that we're doing. But at the same time, the capital project for the most part for MCPS. Is outside of our purview, right? Their planning is a little bit outside of our purview. Redistricting is outside of our purview, but fundamentally, that's kind of where a lot of these reallocation efforts and rebalancing must take place. It's not really within our power to do so. So I say all that because I think that I totally understand the point that this will always be a concern whenever we talk about new housing, from now until all of us are long gone. But you all are doing phenomenal work. This analysis could be an incredibly potential effective tool in communicating some of these opportunities and mitigating, mollifying some of the concerns. And so I also wanted to thank you for doing this extra analysis, because I think it's an additional kind of way for us to understand what's going on. And yeah, just thanks for the consideration with kind of these continuing tweaks around the edges.
I agree. Thank you so much.
So we're going to end this session, but ending in that, so you have clarity based on your analyses. Assuming the school does their proper redistricting, it looks as if maybe the next time we do a growth and infrastructure policy, there will be very few, if any, utilization premium payments. And so, but we appreciate all your efforts. We also appreciate the feedback we've gotten from industry groups that helped inform the policy, as well as from agencies like DPS, DOT, and stuff like that. So thank you so much. We look forward to you coming back with the red line. And if there are no other further questions or comments, this ends this session. Thank you. And we'll just take a 2-minute break and start with our item number 9, Lee Meadow Administrative Subdivision Plan number 620230100, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, Lee Meadow Administrative Subdivision Plan number 6202300100, where staff is recommending approval with conditions, and we're delighted to have Mr. Njeze this afternoon to present this item.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to quickly
Okay.
say, Patrick Butler, Up County Division Chief. Just wanted to introduce Ugo Njeze with the Up County. He comes to us from the information desk, actually, with Ms. Angela Brown, who has done a wonderful job training, nurturing, growing him into a planner position in Up County. So big thank you to Angela. She's done a wonderful job. Very happy to have Ugo on the team. Excited for his first presentation today. And so with that, turn it over to Ugo. Take it away.
Good afternoon, everybody. For the record, Ugo Njeze, lead review, representing the Up County Planning Division, and I am presenting Administrative Subdivision Plan number 6202300100, Lee Meadow. The applicant is proposing to subdivide a 1-acre parcel into 2 lots for 2 single-family detached units. Staff recommends approval with conditions. The applicant has met all noticing requirements and signposting. Public hearing notice was mailed as required. To date, no community correspondence has been received. Located in Rockville, the subject property is south of the Stone Mill Elementary School, northeast of the primary Montessori Day School, and is in the vicinity of the former Rickman property highlighted in the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan that became the Trevilla Grove development. The subject property and the surrounding properties are zoned R200, which has a required minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet per buildable lot, and is located in the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. The subject property is a 1-acre property with a water category of 1 and a sewer category of 3. The current existing single-family dwelling unit and garage on the property has frontage on Trevilla Road and has a shared use path that fronts the property. The applicant is proposing to subdivide the parcel into 2 lots for 2 single-family dwelling units with a shared driveway. The units will be served by public water and sewer. For Lot 1, the existing home will be replaced by a new unit, and for Lot 2, the existing garage will remain for the second proposed unit. The existing shared use path complies with the Potomac Subregion Master Plan and the Bicycle Master Plan. The proposal meets the flag lot standards expressed in Chapter 50, especially the requirement for an 80-foot separation between building envelopes. Once again, the subject property is in the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan area. The master plan makes no specific recommendations for the subject property and reconfirms the existing R200 zoning and residential use. Staff finds that the application meets all the required findings for approval. The staff recommends approval of the Administrative Subdivision Plan 6202300100 with conditions. Thank you for your attention. We are now open for questions.
Thank you. There are no, so would the applicant like to make the
Just here
presentation?
to answer questions. We're happy with the staff recommendations.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I have no questions, comments. Do you?
Nothing for me. It's good to me.
Mr. Bartley, do you have any questions, comments? We can't hear you. So.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so given no questions or comments, do I have a motion to
I
approve?
said no, I don't. You can't hear me? The microphone's on.
Okay, so no, we're good. So if there are no questions or comments, do I have a motion for approval of the Lee Meadow Administrative Subdivision Plan number 6202300100, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the subdivision plan with conditions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Bartley? Okay, right, thank you. The ayes have it.
Aye.
Thank you. The ayes have it. So we'll just take a 1-minute break, and we'll go over to item number 11, Bethesda Downtown Minor Master Plan Amendment Scope of Work. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item 11, Bethesda Downtown Plan Minor Master Plan Amendment Scope of Work. We have Mr. Elza Heisel McCoy presenting this afternoon with the goal of the board approving the scope of work for the Bethesda Downtown Minor Master Plan Amendment. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Chair Harris. For the record, Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning. I'm here today to present the proposed scope of work for the Bethesda Downtown Plan Minor Master Plan Amendment. Downtown Bethesda is a thriving urban center. It's an economic engine for the county and one of the county's most desirable communities, home to over 17,000 residents and a diversity of housing types, over 33,000 jobs, including the 2 largest employers in the county, numerous parks, restaurants, shops, all the great things that we go to Bethesda for. It has excellent transit, bike lanes, and sidewalks. The 2017 Bethesda Downtown Plan was a 4-year collaboration between residents, property owners, planning staff, the planning board, and the county council to develop a 20-year vision of sustainability, accessibility, equity, and innovation for downtown Bethesda with affordable housing near jobs, shopping and recreation, safe tree-lined streets, bikeways and sidewalks, and new parks and open spaces. Since the sector plan has been approved, or was approved rather, the Planning Board has approved over 7 million square feet of development, over 3 million of which has been built, including over 1 million square feet of office, over 300,000 square feet of retail, 2,800 multifamily apartment units, including over 400 moderately priced dwelling units. There's been progress with implementation of the parks recommendations for the Civic Greens, the Eastern Greenway, and recent purchases along Montgomery Avenue. There have been new bikeways and pedestrian improvements, and traffic and schools are operating within standards. So what are we talking about? We are talking about the plan included a cap on total development of 32.4 million square feet based on a 2016 assessment of transportation infrastructure capacity. Since 2017, there have been many new buildings completed, but not as many new public amenities. Parks, recreation, the recommended recreation center, and the Capitol Crescent Trail Tunnel. A new development has, however, made numerous transportation improvements, contributed over almost $16 million in park impact payments, made progress towards the Civic Greens and Eastern Greenway parks, and has made considerable payments for transportation and schools impact taxes. And the plan recommends a check-in at 30.4 million square feet of total development, which we reached last fall, and that's the minor master plan amendment. So you all will recall that the minor master plan amendment process is the same as the standard master plan process, and we are now here at the scope of work stage, and I'll get more into the rest of the schedule in short order. So,
I'm sorry not to.
Please.
Sorry to interrupt real quick, but you just go back to it's like the $15 million in park and PIP payments. Is that right? For $15
collected,
million?
yeah, almost $16 million.
Yeah, and still more to come through the construction
correct.
of the rest. So
Yep.
yeah, fairly successful. Thank you.
No small amount, a tidy
I
sum.
think some of it has already been spent.
Yes.
Yeah, a good
Some of it
portion,
has
I think, has been spent.
Did we use that for the Veterans Park piece? Didn't we?
We
part
did.
of part of
Bethesda Paint and Hardware is where are the funds that have been spent. But there have been 3 or 4 projects that have started construction in Bethesda in the last 6 months, and so we've gotten another few million in PIP from that.
Yeah.
So yeah, of course. So for the scope of work, staff is recommending the same plan area as the 2017 Bethesda downtown plan. This is illustrated on your right. The minor master plan would focus solely on implementing the current recommendations. It would not be investigating any changes to specific zoning, site-specific zoning, park, or other recommendations, which were the product of a much lengthier endeavor, and where, as we'll see in the schedule, this is something we're trying to keep technical and complete in fairly short order. So areas of implementation that the minor master plan will explore, of course, economic development, park development, transportation improvements, schools, affordable housing, and a community recreation center. Overall questions to consider for the minor master plan amendment will consider: is a development cap necessary in downtown Bethesda? If so, does it need to be raised? Are there alternative approaches that could work better? How do we ensure, this is sort of a larger question, I think, that sort of gave birth to the development cap. How do we ensure that public infrastructure can support future growth? You were just talking about that with the growth and infrastructure policy. What are the top priority public improvements recommended in the plan? So this master plan is a 20-year vision. It's ambitious because we do them so seldom. We try to include everything we can to understanding that there's no really guarantee for any of them. But are there certain ones that are high priority to the board, the council, the community? Parks, the Capitol Crescent Trail Tunnel, the rec center, for example, and does the minor master plan need to provide additional incentives to realize those? The 2017 plan includes a recommended strategy for implementing the parks recommendations, and is that strategy still the right one? And then finally, could any of the current implementation recommendations be modified to better achieve the goals of the plan. So here's a list of informing countywide initiatives, and they're in the report. Certainly Thrive Montgomery 2050, a lot of the functional plans for bicycle and pedestrians, the Complete Streets Design Guide, but also Racial Equity and Social Justice Act, Growth and Infrastructure Policy, Attainable Housing, the Urban Loading Study, and local housing targets will all inform the conversation on those questions. Analyses to be performed. We're going to be looking at development density alternatives. We're going to be looking at transportation impacts, the economic development impacts of the things like the park impact payments and the frontage improvements. How do those fit into sort of the pro forma for a development project? There will be a climate assessment that we'll be doing with this. And then, of course, we'll also be talking about racial equity and social justice as the board considers that in its review of the proposed plan recommendations. We are very fortunate to have many partners working with us on this plan. We have the Bethesda Downtown Plan Implementation Advisory Committee, or the IAC. We've been meeting with them. I mean, we attend their monthly and participate in their monthly meetings anyway, but we've been focusing on the minor master plan amendment in recent months, and are using them as a sounding board and a reality check and a source for ideas as we move forward with the plan. And then we've also been having excellent conversations with county agency partners, including DOT, DHCA, and DGS. Community engagement to date. Again, the Implementation Advisory Committee, we've been at the Bethesda Farmers Market. We had 2 public meetings to introduce the plan and process. We've been updating the website. We have just recently scheduled a round of informational workshops on how master plan recommendations are implemented. Those are scheduled for over the summer, and they'll be in person and online. And then when the preliminary recommendations come out later in the year, in the fall, there will be public meetings to go over those with the community, and of course they'll be able to provide testimony when we present them to you. So here we are at the schedule. So we are June 2024, asking you to approve the scope of work. Over the summer, we'll be having the public workshops on implementation tools. And then in September, bringing to the IAC and the community and to you preliminary recommendations, sort of PowerPoint level recommendations with a draft minor master plan amendment in October, with the goal of having a planning board public hearing in November, so that in December, the planning board could hold work sessions with the potential to be able to transmit the minor master plan amendment to the council by the end of the year, or very early in 25, and then the council can take it up from there. So it's an ambitious schedule, but again, we're keeping this very focused on implementation. And so we don't expect this to be a 200-page plan. This is going to be something much more concise, much more focused. So with that, I know you've had a long day, so I tried not to take too long with the presentation. Staff recommends approval of the scope of work and the plan boundary.
I do have questions.
Okay, you can go first. Okay.
Oh, okay. Hi, thank you for being here. So I have a question. I think that we are doing this amendment because we have this moratorium on development. And history has shown that moratorium is not a good idea. Okay? And at least that's how I have seen it. I don't know, maybe your experience is different. So hopefully we are not going to go put another moratorium. for this. I know that, you're going to do this, minor master plan amendment, but I'm hoping that the goal is that let's get away from any kind of moratorium. Let's find something else if we need to do a measurement. Basically, the way I see it, we have a lot of projects that they are awaiting that you do some kind of master plan. And here we are, after 4 years, we're doing another minor master plan for Bethesda because we have this moratorium. I do understand that we want to do a measurement of our success for implementation. And that's what you're checking right now to see that how the things that we had promised, the adequate public facilities, how they are in place. And that is a great idea to do for all the other master plans also. But I'm hoping that after that we do this minor master plan, we get to a point that we could just go ahead and measure our success, but with no moratorium in place, and use Bethesda as a good example of success. We have been very successful to bring it up to this point, and hopefully that would continue.
I hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I love the scope of work, and I also agree that hope we can remove the cap, but I do like what you're doing to just figure out what improvements haven't we been getting, and how do we incentivize, to get those, and so that I think that's important. It's interesting. I didn't remember the community rec center was part of the, one question, is there a general location where they wanted it to be, or is there, has that thought been out there, or is it currently on something on county-owned land that someone would fund the actual implementation of that? Just one thing. And then the last thing is I would hope, that I'm glad you're working with DHCA. It would be interesting is how do we incentivize more affordable housing at a lower income level? Right now the MPDU is targeted at 60 and 70% area median income, where the need is maybe at 50. Unless how do you incentivize providing the 50 AMI, stuff like that? DHCA are working on that themselves to skew the thing, or maybe there's some way in here to incentivize more, possibly at a lower than the 60% AMI. So I love what you're doing, and of what's going to take the most time, you think, of your whole, do you have to do another transportation analysis, or what do you see taking the most time in your in this plan? So no more questions, but
Yeah,
overall great. About I have those couple of questions.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So for the rec center, I think it was not in the top 3 recommendations. Bethesda was very innovative for the county in terms of being able to buy density and using that money to help implement the parks recommendations. There was an understanding that the land acquisition costs in Bethesda are very high for everybody, no matter what you're building, and that the construction costs are. So I think that was a very unique piece of it. There is the recommendation for a recreation center. I think the county has been looking. I mean, just as in Silver Spring, they've been looking at the parking garages. I think there have been discussions for. Some of the parking garages in Bethesda, I think, you need lots of a certain size. I think, there aren't that many very large lots. So I think there have been conversations on, for properties on Battery Lane. Yeah. And so I think the short answer is no, there isn't a particular site. There are some countywide needs assessments that may need to be updated. Then there's sort of the program of requirements that's sort of independent of sort of a site. So I think there's some initial work to be done, and so I think there are opportunities to move those along. In terms of affordable housing, in 2017, this was the first plan to have a 15% MPDU requirement. So, 7 years ago, that was innovative. It's great. We're doing it in Silver Spring. We've done it in Tacoma Park. And I think in our discussions with DHCA, we're looking at naturally occurring affordable housing. And I think part of that is also sort of the more deeply affordable. I know for the public-private partnerships with the county on the east side of Wisconsin Avenue, the county general development agreements have been for deeper levels of affordability. And so I think we'll be looking to build on those similar opportunities. And then in terms of timing, in this case, we'll be doing transportation analysis, we'll be doing climate analysis. I think what takes the longest is, and we've already started doing this, is thinking about all of the things that go into realizing the parks. I mean, realizing in the sense of having them being built and these transportation improvements, and thinking about, well, we've been doing it this way, if that's the answer, what's the question? So I think trying to understand sort of at the core what it is we're talking about and what we're not talking about will probably, that requires the most time and thought. It certainly takes time to run the numbers. And so our economic consultants and our great modeling team and Tina Schneider, our environmental planner, will be doing the climate assessments, and we'll do those too. But the formulation of the potential ideas at the front is usually what takes the longest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. And as you brought up, I know that the community wanted to have those parks that were envisioned in the master plan done, but maybe part of this whole thing, maybe they can prioritize which parks they want, because I know it's very expensive to build parks. And
the women market is in the progress, isn't it?
I mean,
that's the biggest one, I believe. That's like the central park for Bethesda.
Yeah, I mean, the sector plan said focus on the civic greens, and that's the Capitol Crescent Civic Green, the Bethesda Farm Market, and Veterans Park. And the Parks Department has been doing an excellent job moving forward on all of those. Yeah. We're waiting on the purple line for Capitol Crescent. There were, I think the Bethesda Market has worked out its issues and is moving forward. So I think that's great. That's I mean, these, that's a very complex, 5 or 6 party development process, and that it takes a while. But I think there's good news there. On the Veterans Park, real estate development is a complicated business, and in Bethesda, where the costs are so much higher, it's even more so. So I think progress has been made. There were 4 parks before the 2017 plan, and the plan recommended 9 more. Right, so you're really you're tripling the number of parks, and for a 20-year vision like that, you'd rather have 13 and get 5 than have 4 and get 4. So I think part of it is thinking about expectations and what goals. But yeah, I think the sector plan says go 100% for the civic greens. Is there a different split? Should there be 60-40, whatever it is, some other way to prioritize park implementation, and that will be part of the discussion.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. And any other comments?
Oh, just briefly, I think the scope of work is good. I think it's, Bethesda is, as you mentioned, a real success story of some of the things that we've tried with zoning and the purchase of density, and what we've talked about with the incentive zoning and switching from a point system to an FAR-based system is not a million miles away from sort of what we sort of piloted here with the Bethesda overlay zone. I would say that we ran through 30 million square feet in like 5 years. So if we do have consider offering potential, like considerably higher potential. And then at some point there is, and I know we've got the boundary for the minor master plan here, but there's a considerable boundary close to both what are going to be two major major metro or metro stop and then a Purple Line station that we're not addressing with this minor master plan. So considering what we're going to do is sort of like, I don't know if we want to require outlying Bethesda or whatever we want to do, but there's considerable space around there that I think we should probably address in the near future as well. So that's outside the scope of this really, but something to think about.
If no other comments, Mr. Bartley, any comments or questions on the minor master plan boundary scope?
No, I would second what Dr. Hedrick said with regards to thinking about increasing the square footage. I also apologize. I had technical difficulties and my computer restarted, but I'm back.
Okay, great. Thank you. No other comments or questions? Do I have a motion for the board to approve the scope of work for the Bethesda Downtown Minor Master Plan Amendment?
Oh, yeah, I'll move to approve the scope of work.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
McCoy. And we will take a 2-minute break and go to our last item. Number 12, the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways, the 2024 technical update to approve the working draft as the public hearing draft and set public hearing date. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the afternoon, the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways 2024 Technical Update. Approve the working draft as the public hearing draft and set public hearing date. And where Mr. Steve Aldrich will take us through the plan, and welcome, and we look forward to hearing all about it.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Steve Aldrich from Countywide Planning and Policy Division. Joining me today is Karen Gauss-Duar, also from Countywide Planning, and she's going to help me with not just the slides, but also some GIS information as we do our presentation. Next slide. Here's an outline of my presentation. We're going to take you through, this is probably largely for anyone else who's watching this. What is the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways? Where are we in our schedule? As you folks know, we came here back in September of last year and approved the scope of work, and we've been working pretty hard ever since then. We're now ready with a working draft to present to you. And we'll have a bunch of things to talk about in terms of the elements in the master plan, our change in street classification consistent with the Complete Streets Design Guideline, and then moving forward to our recommendations. Next slide. So what is the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways? It is a functional master plan. It is a comprehensive summary of all master plan primary roadway and transitway infrastructure recommendations countywide. Anytime any master plan, whether it's a functional plan or a sector plan or a corridor plan, is approved, it becomes, the transportation portion of that master plan becomes part of the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. So it is a master plan that's hard to track down because it's constantly changing. And that's part of my, the reason I'm here. It is multimodal, and has been for quite a while, includes recommendations for master plan right-of-way widths, number of planned through lanes, number of dedicated transit lanes, master plan target speeds, and the location of planned interchanges and transitway stations. And as I mentioned, we have changed the classification system from a traditional functional classification system to a new complete streets classification system. And that was really necessitated by passage of 2 bills by the County Council last March. Next slide. So in terms of our scope and schedule, we started off in September, as I said. We spent an awful lot of time working on engaging both technical staff at the public sector level as well as the public in general. And then we really focused, I would say, a little bit more in the spring in refining our recommendations. And I'll be, sort of presenting some of the outreach that we did during that process. We are here today to present the working draft of the master plan, and I've identified as task 5 a planning board public hearing. Tentatively, we've identified September 12th as the date. It's really your decision on that as well. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the master plan establishes many different items as part, within the document. And what you can see on the table on the right is there's some of the streets that are in the Complete Streets Design Guides are in the Master Plan of Highways. Some of those streets are not. In the old days, we would refer to the ones on the left side of the table as a primary road and the ones on the right side as a secondary road. Those terms still are used by some, probably folks at DOT. But at this point, that's how we distinguish roads where we actually do master planning. Next slide. This is a graphic from the Complete Streets Design Guide that you folks approved, it seems like not more than a month ago. It really sort of provides the context of how we're trying to look at both street function and land use, trying to design everything within its context. Next slide. So the current master plan of highways that, that exist today, a really sort of almost startling fact is that 56% of the current streets have no master plan target speed. Target speed is a relatively new concept that has been adopted by transportation professionals across the country. And it's really the speed you want the road to attain at some point. It's your target. It's not the posted speed. It's not your design speed. I think in an ideal world, it would be all of those. And so the challenge of a target speed is that it is where you would like traffic to be. There is no timeline of when you're going to get there. So it is a useful tool that we have used on past master plans, I think, since about 2020 or 2021. And so, that sort of explains why, almost more than half of our network doesn't have a target speed, because we have an awful lot of master plans, and many of those were conducted before that time. Next slide. So here's a list of some of the outreach that we conducted during this study. I'll talk a little bit about the technical advisory group. This was a group that we established last fall. And we met on a monthly basis to talk about, issues that we saw about essentially to do this technical update. Every month we selected a different topic. So we looked at roadway needs or transit needs, and really refined at least our initial recommendations, trying to be as much in consensus as possible between our two agencies. As we moved into March, we began our more formal outreach process. We added a lot of information to the website, including a web map. And then we gave a series of presentations to some transportation-related technical committees, the citizen advisory boards across the county, and I think the joint TMD group as well. Next slide. This is an example of the web map that was on the website during this development of recommendations phase. It actually, I believe, is likely to be on the website hopefully by tomorrow as well. The only difference is tomorrow's the comment feature of this will be taken off because as we move towards the public hearing, we really want all public input to be provided to the chair as part of the review of this master plan. The web map, next slide, has that's good. Has a bunch of different features that you can use. There's 3 different maps, and the blue screen at the top allows you to choose between those maps and the map selection. Next. There are map tools that allow you to toggle on and off features, to show the legend, to change the background map, et cetera, and even to add some other layers. Some people want to see our entire bike master plan network, and you can add that, I believe, on here as well, or our sidewalk network as well. And then next, the selection information, when you select a road, this box shows all the information that is in the master plan, including the recommendations that are being made. Next. And the final box is a comment box, which was used during the past outreach and has now been removed. Next.
Did you get any comments through this web map?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
All right. Attachment 3 in your packet contains a summary of all public comments received between March 27th and May 24th. There were a total of 97 comments provided on the street recommendations, and the vast majority of those were provided using the web map. A total of 6 comments were received on the transitway recommendations, all of those using the web app, and a total of 10 comments were received on transit station recommendations. Next slide. We did have some comments with multiple respondents or multiple requests. The most popular comment received was remove unbuilt sections of M83 from the master plan highways and transitways. And I'm sort of paraphrasing that because different comments had slightly different words. So that's almost 20% of the comments received on streets was that comment. Other comments were much less common. There was several comments about BRT on Maryland 355 being efficient and do not remove any stations on Maryland 355. And this likely is because many of our recommendations up in Clarksburg show proposed recommendations to remove transit stations along 355. And, we certainly can talk about that. Understand, I think a lot of these comments, in this case, some of them came from the same person, but it is a concern because DOT's BRT study, which was completed several years ago, determined that the best way to serve Clarksburg with the Maryland 355 BRT route was not on 355, it was on Snowden Farm Parkway. And that seems to be a concern to some residents. Some of the other comments that had multiple commenters, one was reduce target speeds on S. Worthy Road between River Road and Seneca Road, and remove Observation Drive extended. Next slide.
Can we go back for one moment?
Yeah.
I do think we wanted to, we have a few more comments about the comments on M83. Obviously, M83 is a road that has been in our master plans for a very long time. There's been a lot of controversy surrounding this road. As a technical update to the master plan, technical updates are intended to not address controversial issues. So we are not planning to address that comment as part of this master plan. If the council puts it on a work program and asks us to explicitly look at that road, we could do it at that time. But again, staff's recommendation is not to touch or make any changes to M83.
That's fine. Are these same people or groups emailing the council saying that they should do that?
It is likely. I mean, and so this initial outreach is, it's part of the public record, and we haven't started to respond to these comments, but we will. But we will also have a public hearing in September, and we'll have many other comments to add to it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, all of that, will, especially as part of this transmit, when this master plan is transmitted, all those comments will go to the council as well.
Okay. And maybe also at that time, we'll deal with it then, but it could be we're approving or sending over something, maybe like we've done in some of the other times, we're saying that we've got these key, in the cover letter, right? And then maybe in the cover letter, it'll say that, these are some things maybe you should look at, okay.
I think Sean has his hand up.
Oh, Sean, I'm sorry.
I have a question. I don't know if you can hear me or not. So one of the things that I'm really interested in is knowing what the speed limit is, and without specificity, I will have a hard time agreeing to it. Thank you.
I didn't hear the last part about agreeing to something. What did you say?
Like without the specificity of knowing what the speed limits are and what they're going to be reduced to, in order for me to make an informed decision, I would want to know that with specificity of each street and area.
Okay, so what I can tell you is that the recommendations that we've made to add target speeds are consistent with the default target speeds that are recommended in the Complete Streets Design Guide version 1.2, which was approved by your body. That doesn't necessarily mean that that applies to every road. That's a starting point for every road of each particular type. So if it's a country connector, there is a default target speed of 40 miles an hour, and that's where you start. I think the intention is you shouldn't go up, if you look at conditions, but I think the reality is that that some roads may have been designed at a much higher rate of speed. And I think that the target, like I said, it doesn't mean that you have to meet that target, but it is basically a county goal of where we would like all roads of that type to be. And there are some places where the targets that were identified in the Complete Streets Design Guide are actually higher than posted speed limits on some streets. And when we actually did our initial outreach, we were recommending a target speed of 40 miles an hour on Brink Road. And Brink Road already has a posted speed of 35. So they were slightly alarmed. And so we had to go back to DOT, made sure we updated all of our data to ensure that we had all recently changed speed limits on county roads, which I think we're pretty confident that we're 100% accurate. But the wonderful thing about public comments is that if we're wrong, our constituents are going to tell us, which they did already, and we'll hear more. The intention is not to increase speeds with the target speed process. It's to really set a target for lowering speeds to something that is representative and consistent with that road type and the environment.
I was going to add a little bit to that. What we're asking the board to recommend is not to change posted speed limits, just to identify what the long-term vision for the speed of the road would be if and when changes are made to that road to actually make it possible to travel at that speed. And it's following the direction from the county council as to what the default target speeds as identified in the Complete Streets Design Guide should be.
I'm just concerned that I want to make an informed decision. I've seen some reductions in speed limits and have heard from friends and citizens that the reduction in the speed limit in their particular area was not vetted, and they felt like it was sprung upon them, and the character of their road and community was not reflective of what the speed was reduced to. And so I would hate to sign on to something or affirm it without knowing what the reduction of the speed would be.
No, that's definitely fair, and I think it's really part of the process. I know that some of the comments we received, as an example, we received a comment from the folks in Darnestown about some of the roads in that area. And as we were developing our draft recommendations, we didn't have all that local information, and certainly as we move forward, and we'll get more comments in September. We'll be able to look at that and then discuss it with the board through work sessions to try to come up with, especially based on comments, maybe some modifications to our recommendations.
So, Mr. Bartley, did the folks you were talking about, they saw this record and they had some comments about this record? What we're looking at today?
No, but they have comments about what happened in their community, and they felt that they asked me about it, And I told them I really didn't know because I came on the board at a time before we may have had the opportunity to address it. But if I have the opportunity to address it now, I would hate for other communities to suffer what they have suffered with reduction of the speed limit, wherein they felt they had no participation or say in the reduction of that speed limit.
So let me just put this out there. So this is going to go out to the public after today, correct, or tomorrow?
It's, I mean, it was posted a week ago, 2 weeks ago,
Okay,
so
and
they have it.
They'll have until September 12th to review it and provide comments, correct? And then, and public testimony, and then I'm sure it's going to be open for a little bit while longer, and then staff will review those comments, right? And then we would modify it or adjust it. So I would say, I'm just saying that I would suggest that we're saying we're putting this out there for people to comment on, and this be an opportunity for them to provide comments. I don't know if it.
I would also say that if if the commissioners have specific interest in folks who have contacted you all, we're happy to reach out and try to respond to their concerns individually. Certainly, if they have concerns, they should use the public commenting process, but we at least can discuss their concerns with them and see if we can help point them to, to whether our recommendations satisfy them or not.
Right, so you would, Ms. Barley, you could give them Steve Aldrich's or his team's contact information, and then they can talk specifically about certain streets or something, and by that way, by the time we finalize this, we would consider their comments.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the more comments, the better. I was actually pretty happy to get more than 100 comments overall. A lot of times technical master plans, technical updates don't see much of the light of day. I tried really hard to reach out to people, but I can't reach everyone. So I'm happy to continue the conversations with folks and help them to, focus their comments on the issues, and then, sort of direct them to, provide comments to the chair's office. And because we have such a long time between this meeting and the public information, the hearing, we are going to make the ability for the public to comment available as of tomorrow.
So I just want to reiterate, the recommendation for our target speed is intended, again, to set the vision for what the long-term post-speed limit, speed of the road should be. Once this plan is approved, nothing changes, no posted speed limits change. It will take an action by the operator of the road, whether it's Montgomery County Department of Transportation or the State Highway Administration, to actually do a study and to change the speed limit of each individual road before anything happens.
So have we included targeted speed for, you said 40%, 60% we don't have. Have we provided that in the report? Does the report has targeted speed limit?
We have recommendations for target speeds.
Specifically for like about 40%, because it says 65% they don't have it. So
The other 40 were master planned in previous master plans, which was reviewed by the planning board and then approved by council. And because we weren't using the target speed methodology in earlier years, that's why we don't have target speeds in those roads. We have speed limits on all roads, and the goal, I would say many of the roads that are on this list in this series of recommendations may never change speed limit at all. But I think one of the more aggressive target speeds in the Complete Streets Design Guide is actually for neighborhood connectors and neighborhood streets. And neighborhood streets aren't in the master plan highways and transitways, but neighborhood connectors, the target speed is 20. And so that, I can guarantee you almost all the streets that are neighborhood connectors today are either 25 or 30 miles an hour posted. But can we get to that? I would like to see that. I can't guarantee it because DOT essentially would have to do a study in order to make that decision.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. So I'm going to take you through the recommendations that are provided in the master plan. Sort of in summary, I have some graphics from the master plan, and then if you want to look at things in a little bit more detail, Karen can provide some walkthroughs on using some of the GIS information. So for street recommendations, the first recommendation we had was to remove 3 small street segments, and we do from the master plan of highways and transitways, and we would do that by classifying these streets as neighborhood streets. The second item is the reduction in, and actually I think I'm going to leave this whole list. I'm just going to go to the next slides, and then we'll go through them in more detail individually. So the removal of 3 small street segments, 2 of them are in Bethesda, and really at the Bethesda-Chevy Chase boundary, and 1 of them is in Kensington. And what happened is that the boundary of the urban area changed, I think, with the pedestrian master plan. And as a result, these very small street segments are no longer in the downtown areas of those 3 areas, downtown and town center areas. And if you actually go out and look at that area, they're all very transitional streets. Some of them are clearly not in the downtown areas. I think DuPont in Kensington, it's actually blocked right at the boundary line. So these are some really short, I would say, very clear-cut distinctions to remove some street segments. We have, this is not something we do generally in technical updates, but we have a recommendation to reduce the number of planned lanes, which is a road diet, for 4 street segments in Germantown. Those street segments are on Wisteria Lane and Waring Station Drive. The planned number of lanes of those streets is 4, and currently both of those streets have 2 to 3 lanes. It's usually like 1 lane in each direction with a center turn lane. A lot of those streets also have parking. They're also master planned for bike facilities, and they generally have sidewalks on both sides of the street. All of those segments have all the allocated right-of-way that has been master planned, which is 80 feet. Using today's design standards, it is not possible to build 4 lanes on these roads. We would have to essentially acquire or increase the master plan right-of-way on these roads from 80 to something over 100 feet in order to make that happen. And so here we're making the case that this is really just a reflection of that our design priorities have changed. These streets are functioning quite well today. They're serving some pretty useful purposes. Let's keep it where it is. Next slide. The bulk of the highway recommendations are in the addition of target speeds to streets without a current master plan target speed. 878 street segments are included in this recommendation. We have broken it up on the web map into the different speed ranges from 20 all the way up to 55. And if you would like, we could go through them sort of really quickly. Maybe that would be a good thing to use the web map for. All right, so this web map was provided on the website about a month ago, and now it's going to be added very soon. And this allows you to look at the master plan recommendations, the draft recommendations, and sort of zoom in, find where you live or where you work or where your area of concern is. And so with this map, you can actually, using the filter button, you can pick a particular speed range. So here we're going to pick all the streets with a 20-mile-an-hour target speed recommendation. And so only one color shows up, and then Karen, if you could zoom in maybe on one neighborhood. Okay, and you can select one of those links. And when you select the link, the information appears on the left side of the screen. So it's Franklin Avenue between Colesville Road to University Boulevard. It is a primary resident, in the old system, it was a primary residential street. And if you could scroll down a little bit. I believe it is now a neighborhood connector. There we go, it's a neighborhood connector. And there is no recommended change in classification. The neighborhood connector classification we feel is appropriate, but we are making a recommendation to assign a target speed of 20 miles an hour, which is, again, consistent with the Complete Streets Design Guide. So there's a lot of information in here. But you can use this tool to sort of zoom in on your particular area. Karen, why don't you pick another speed range, your choice? And what you will notice is that if you just look at the whole county map and you toggle each of the speeds, different speeds occur in different places in the county. 40 is going to be more in the up county. Here we are, 25. It's going to be usually in suburban areas or in industrial areas. Again, matching the street types. 35 is going to be on boulevards generally. And then the upper, that's sort of in the country areas. And then the higher speeds in this update are only on US 29. Okay. And so if folks are looking to make comments on particular recommendations, they can use that web map. They can zoom in on their particular street. They can look at the recommendation. And, if they want to provide comments, they provide comments to the chair, either by email or in writing.
So Mr. Bartley has his hand up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, will the amount of 40-mile-per-hour roadways and 45-mile-per-hour roadways be significantly decreased?
Will be significantly
Increased or decreased?
Decreased.
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 Well, most of those roads don't have target speeds today, and there are some roads that are now, actually, Karen, could you go to the map that shows the existing target speeds? There we go. That previous map. Right there, right there. Yeah, so today we only have 41 segments that currently have master plan target speeds of 40 miles an hour. And don't have handy the number. This is existing. And I guess maybe while we talk about something else, Karen can try to figure out how many we're recommending at 40.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were looking for the existing.
Yeah.
It was just
The
one
very
or
few that are
two.
40 today,
I didn't
right.
see that many. It was 2 or 1.
the reason why I'm asking is because I'm familiar with um, two stretches of road in the county that are rural, and the speeds were reduced significantly from 40 and 45 down to like 35 and 25. And the residents I know that live in those areas were baffled by such a drastic change, and it has hampered their abilities to I mean, one of the things that they'll point out is that, you know, some of the road speed limit changes that were occurring in along the corridors were due to pedestrian deaths and or accidents, and it wasn't the case in their area where they were having a high incident of pedestrian deaths or traffic accidents, but yet the speed limit was reduced. And so I'm concerned that when you talk about rural or agricultural areas, that there might be some arbitrary road speed reductions because you're doing it in higher populated areas. And when you look at it in terms of equity, are the roads speeds being reduced because you did it in a highly populated area, and it would be unfair to not also do it in a rural area?
So the actions to reduce posted speed limits were conducted by Montgomery County DOT, and that was either in response to direct requests or, as part of their level of effort work to make sure that they're managing their road system effectively. Could also have something to do with the Vision Zero action plan, and they're really trying to reduce the number of crashes significantly. And I know, for instance, Brink Road is one of those roads that is a country connector, which has in the Complete Streets Guide a default target speed of 40. But within the past year or so, the speed limit was reduced down to 35, based on an engineering evaluation not conducted by this department, but by Montgomery County DOT. So the Complete Streets Design Guide is a guideline standard endorsed by both agencies. So all of this is supposed to work together. So the designation of a target speed is really just sort of setting the bar of where we'd like to see it. DOT needs to make the hard decisions of when a posted speed should change. And whether it's in response to pedestrian or bicycle fatalities or just fatalities or design conditions, that is their responsibility, and they take that very seriously. All right, we can go back. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I was misreading the tables. Just as an example, for the 40-mile-an-hour target speed, we currently have 31 segments. We're recommending an additional 41. So it is more than doubling the number of segments. In terms of the mileage, I'm not quite sure, but it is a significant change for that speed bracket. So next slide. We also have some recommendations to change street classification to more accurately reflect the street or area's character and vision. One of the concerns of doing any kind of translation, which is what we did with the county council bills, is that these translations it's almost impossible to guarantee that they're going to fit every single road segment in the county. And so the county council, they were comfortable with doing that because they knew that we had this technical update coming up within a year to really look at every road segment with a translation, which we did. And after we did that, over 1,860 segments, we came up with 55 locations where we said what the translation gives you just doesn't quite match. And there are usually good reasons for it. One is, you may have a residential area in a country setting, and maybe the speed really needs to be lower. You may have areas where, there's some transitional land uses and the area through a certain section isn't quite what the area type is. So we looked at those locations and actually, could you maybe zoom out so we can see sort of where they are? This represents, I think, only the locations that don't have speed recommendations. And it's a little hard to see. They're pretty much scattered. This wasn't something that was consistently on any particular road type. It was really more nuanced when we looked at the locations. And in some of these cases, we went out and looked at it very carefully in the field. We made a recommendation to make a change. All right, next slide. Moving on to transit ways. In this technical update, we are recommending, we have 5 transit way recommendations. We are recommending the removal of 3 transit ways and the addition of 2. And they're not complete transit. I think 2 of them are complete transit ways. Others are segments. Next slide. The first transit way removal is the Intercounty Connector Transit Way. This is a transit way that was master planned, I think might have been back in the late 90s as part of the Fairland-Briggs-Cheney, the Fairland Plan and the Cloverleaf Plan. And as we look at the ICC today and our current BRT planning as sort of set in stone through the 2013 Countywide Transit Corridors Functional Master Plan, and then refined in a lot more detail by Montgomery County DOT through their BRT systems planning. This is just not a corridor where BRT is planned. And it is a variable toll facility. The need for a transit way on this road really does not exist.
So you're removing it because it's built? I'm trying to still understand.
The reason to remove it, the purpose of a transit way, especially one that provides fixed lanes, is to provide some kind of transportation advantage to a transit system. And there are no current plans to operate transit services along the ICC. And even if they did, it already could have an advantage because of the variable tolling rate structure.
So, and to build on that a little bit, so we differentiate between routes that that WMATA or Ride-On might operate and the infrastructure that is needed to provide efficient transit service. So BRT routes need infrastructure. They need dedicated lanes or stations or things like that. The difference here is that, as Steve mentioned, the ICC, by its nature, is a variable toll facility. And so it establishes that all vehicles on that road will operate at a minimum speed. So additional infrastructure is not needed on that road to support transit operations beyond what's already recommended, which is the variable toll facility.
And in addition, when this facility was added as a transitway link, I think the recommendations were a little nebulous. There weren't specific recommendations for transit stations, how the transitway would serve this area. I think it was really a long-range sort of shot in the dark, is sort of my take of this. And so we're just sort of saying, well, it doesn't really, it's not really feasible, and it's not really critical to the BRT planning within this county. Commissioner Bartley. Commissioner Bartley, do you have a question?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I forgot to unraise my hand.
Okay.
I forgot to unraise it. Thanks.
All right, great. The second removal recommendation is to remove the designation of the Shady Grove Metro Access Road as a transit way. The Metro Access Road does exist, and it is used by cars and potentially by buses, but its need as a transit way really no longer exists. And so that's a recommendation to remove this from the master plan of highways and transitways as well. Next slide. The third recommended removal is an alternate route for the North Bethesda Transitway. When that transitway was master planned, there were two different routes essentially to get to North Bethesda. One was via Tuckerman Lane over to the Grosvenor Metro Station. Since that time, it's been determined that the North Bethesda Transitway really needs to go, I think as close to Pike and Rose as possible. So this alternate route, it really is not in the cards, and so again, we're recommending that it be removed. The fourth recommendation is to add the Castle Boulevard extension as part of the US 29 Transitway. This is actually part of the US 29 flash service, so it is a route extension that's really just recognizing that existing service is being run, and if the flash gets modified in the future to the BRT system, likely would intend to serving this area as well into the future. The final recommendation from a transitway perspective is actually a recommendation that was made in the White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan, which was to provide a transit connection between the White Oak area and FDA. It wasn't shown on the highway map, but it was talked about in text in the master plan. And so in order to ensure that we have all of our, our T's crossed and our I's dotted, this is really sort of designating a 1 block long transitway and giving it some proposed dimensions, essentially a 2-lane road. You could provide bike and pedestrian facilities on this road. Its intention is to be a transitway. Theoretically, you could use cars, but that's not its intention. For transit station recommendations, I believe we have about 33 recommendations overall, and they are focused on 3 transitway corridors: Maryland 355, US 29, and Veers Mill Road. In the master plan document, there are 2 maps and a table that summarizes the recommended removal of 12 transit stations along the Maryland 355 Transitway and the addition of 13 new transit stations. The reason for the removals, in some cases, it's because the planned route for the Maryland 355 Transitway does not occur along that section of the road, which is what is being recommended up in the Clarksburg area. And then other recommendations really relate to, since it was master planned, there's been studies and information that Montgomery County DOT has looked at that's determined that service to a particular area would be more effective at one intersection versus another. And so the recommendation was to move some of those locations. And let's go to the next slide.
I'm just curious, do you know why MCDOT changed the, I guess they changed the alignment around Clarksburg to get off of 355? was, because all the stations were sort of taken off 355 and moved.
Yeah, so Dave might be able to answer this better than I can, but Clarksburg has had the Quarter Cities Transitway that was essentially going to be servicing it through the Observation Drive corridor. And that's now the corridor forward plan, which will have corridor connectors that would use that corridor to provide transit service. When DOT did their facility planning, looking at the Maryland 355 Transitway, they had 3 options that they considered to serve the Maryland 355 Transitway corridor. One was using Observation Drive, one was staying on 355, and one was going on Snowden Farm Parkway. What they found is that in terms of ridership, there's already a significant density along the Snowden Farm Parkway corridor, and they felt like that was really the best corridor to serve existing and future transit riders. Dave, anything else?
Yeah, no, that's correct. I think I would add 2 things. One, the Maryland 355 goes through the historic district, and there's some sensitivities there, but also in that area, the land use densities aren't that great. But finally, and you'll have the Clarksburg Gateway Master Plan before you, that's looking at refining the alternative to the Snowden Farm Parkway Transitway, which would be on Observation Drive. And again, it would go through the area that has the greatest land use densities.
Yeah. One thing I will say just in general is that the fact that we're making the recommendation from the planning staff level doesn't mean necessarily that you should endorse that. If you decide something is problematic or has significant public concern, you could choose to remove it, which would keep it in the plan. It would be a master plan station that would have no planned service, but it would still be in the plan in case plans change. So that I would say that's one.
But I will add to that, each of these projects, and we're bringing you 3 corridors and 3 of the BRT corridors only because they have gone through advanced planning and design over many years through public processes, and MCDOT has largely decided at this point, after all of that public review, that these are the transitways and the stations. So we're trying to reflect that.
So basically, you're correcting this master plan highway based on what DOT has come up with, not what the planning department is envisioning to happen in future.
Correct. And so the value of the master plan recommendation is that they carry significant force if, for instance, a developer right at a site where there's a master plan station wants to develop, they may have to actually build that station. If the station is in the wrong location, we can't apply that. So in some cases, DOT knows they want to build a station. They have no immediate plans to do that, but the master plan recommendation is in the wrong place, so they want to move it. And we looked at that, and I think we were, as the planning staff, if we didn't agree with the recommendation, we actually talked to DOT about it because maybe we thought from a land use perspective that wasn't the right choice. But in general, I would say we concurred with almost all recommendations. Next slide. All right, along US 29, we have recommended the removal of 1 transit station and the addition of 5 new transit stations. And it's a little hard to show on this level. And actually the map, 2 of those locations actually have 2 stations, 1 on each side of the street. It's the limitations of mapping. And this is one where we're trying to show the whole transitway corridor. But if you zoom in, you can actually see the recommendations. Next slide. And then finally on Veers Mill Road, we have the addition of two new transit stations. And this is kind of an interesting one because I know that when we actually did the Veers Mill Corridor Plan, we were, in early parts of the study, we were pushing the relocation of the transit stations to Robindale Drive. And that's what this recommendation is for. I believe by the time the plan was approved, the stations had moved back to Parkland, but DOT has since moved forward. They already have 35% design plans, and those stations are at Robindale. The fact that they're going to build them, it doesn't really affect, for instance, developer contributions. This is really just trying to make sure that we're consistent. It's really more of a technical issue. Next slide. The last major recommendation in the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways was for the creation of a new street type. This is really a follow-on from Thrive Montgomery 2050, where there was a lot of discussion about growth corridors. And as we looked at the street types that we now have in the Complete Streets Design Guide, we realized that all of those street types didn't quite work with some of these sections of roads. And so trying to come up with a different street type, we spent some time, not just as part of this effort, but as part of our overall corridor planning effort that we're doing, I would say department-wide, looking at how can we service these areas better. So next slide.
So New Hampshire is not part of these growth areas at all. I just don't see New Hampshire Avenue on the East County. It's big. It's a
big.
lot of traffic. It's a lot of growth. No, this is one, I don't see New Hampshire Avenue.
Well, and certainly the last mile or half mile the road is only partially in Montgomery County. All right. So there were some details provided in I believe a appendix, and I'm thinking it's Appendix 3 in your packet, where a lot of the details from this street type. Can you go to the next slide? Were provided. And, this is really for sections of road that are not downtowns, they're not town centers. Right now, they're suburban, and the road classification would be boulevard, but the area is already transitional. And I think as we looked at Thrive and, even the need to increase density along our high transit corridors, the idea of the growth corridors having a different type of, both design type and ultimately land use standards. This is where it came from.
And if you recall from a few weeks ago, Justin McVeary and myself and others presented the different typologies for the growth corridor. So this is trying to tie everything together.
Go up one more. Up. Where it says that, there we go. There, next. No, down. Then it starts with A. Yeah. All right. So the Appendix A is shown on the screen here, where it really talks about the attributes of the growth corridors, some of the features, which are in a lot of cases very, very similar to downtown and town centers, but there's some slight differences. Next slide. And what we presented, we showed some examples of corridors that are like this. Here's Richmond Highway in Alexandria, which is very similar in the transitional areas. Next slide. And we've come up with recommended design guidelines This is presented really in a format consistent with the Complete Streets Design Guide. And the idea is that this growth corridor is not now part of the Complete Streets Design Guide. And what we're bringing this to the planning board today is to basically say, future versions of the guide, we really want to add this street type into the guide and start to do planning and make recommendations to identify growth corridors, which would be a new street type in the future. So we're sort of setting up the framework for future recommendations, but it wouldn't actually be creating a growth corridor street anywhere in the county. So these are the design guidelines consistent with the Complete Streets Design Guide. And if you compare them versus a downtown or a town center, you would find that many of the elements here are actually very similar, I would say, to town center, or maybe midway between town center and boulevard. In terms of including things like spacing between protected crossings, target speeds, and number of travel lanes. So we definitely feel like to improve our long-term planning along corridors, this is a tool that we need. Now, if you could just go back up to where we were in the presentation before. Next slide. All right, and that concludes our presentation of recommendations. And again, if you have more detailed questions, we could use the GIS and the web map to get more information. But we're at the point where we're happy to take more questions, but we're also here to request a motion to approve the working draft, the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways, the 2024 technical update. This might have to be the 2025 technical update by the time we get to council, but that's what we're calling it for right now. And to approve it as the planning board draft and to set a public hearing date for September 12th.
I just have a question. I don't know if this is the right content, but because you showed that Growth Boulevard, I bring it in. We have received for years complaint about the East County has not been included. And I see that we have the growth corridor, and right now you showed the growth boulevard. And again, really, it doesn't include the East County. And the East County area I'm talking about, the Cloverleaf, Randolph Road, that kind of area, that it's in the east, I see New Hampshire in the south, but if you bring it up to come to close to 198, that area, and we have with the Thrive, we have also the growth corridor, we have all of this growth corridor, we are studying Colesville Road, we're studying Verse Mill Road, we're studying University Boulevard, but we are not studying New Hampshire going north or east toward Cloverleaf area. And this is the area that the residents in that area for years, they have been complaining that, they have not received many of the attention. And I don't see them included anywhere again. It's not even in Thrive, it's not even in here, it's not even in the growth areas. And so I don't know where to bring it up, that it has to be somewhere.
Yeah, I can speak to this. So you're correct. For example, New Hampshire Avenue extends up just to Colesville, right? Just north of Randolph Road. I'll simply say this map is reflecting what's in Thrive, as you noted. There was lots of discussion during the work sessions for Thrive, both at the planning board and the council, about where the growth corridors should be located. This is what the council approved, so this is what we're showing on this map. As part of this master plan, we're simply trying to create a new street type to be applied by master plans. So future master plans could look at designating.
Yeah, I didn't know where to bring it up. I had to bring it up somewhere. Okay, so that's why I said it in here. I did talk to the director, Jason, and I said that, well, at least, we're doing all of these corridors, like University Boulevard corridor that we just had the hearing. Maybe we should have a New Hampshire corridor, I understand that it's not included into the tribe, but there is a good portion of the county population is there, and it cannot be forgotten. So I just brought it here because I don't know where to go.
Okay, if no other comments or questions, I want to say thank you for your presentation. With all of those data points, I mean, a lot of work went into this, so I appreciate your hard work in preparing this, and we look forward to getting it out to folks so that they can provide comments over the summer, and we'll have our our public hearing in September. So thank you so much. And then
We're going to have a motion.
oh yeah, okay, no, yeah, leading up to the motion here. Yeah, and so do I have a motion to approve the working?
Bless you, Sean.
Someone.
Bless you, Sean.
A motion to approve the working draft of the Master Plan of Highways and Transit Ways, the 2024 technical update as a planning board draft, and to set a public hearing date for September 12th, 2024.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the working draft as the planning board draft and set the public hearing date for September 12th, 2024.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, it's a 5-0. So this is ends our planning board date, and I want to just thank all that participated today for all your hard work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.